From NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey.
Hi.
It's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hi, guys. How are you?
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
Can't hear you.
Are you a little off today, Matt?
He turned his headphone all the way down, so he was talking right now, and he didn't know what in the world was going on.
I'm tired. It was a long show. It was a grueling show. We had to grind it out.
Wow, really? How come?
No, not
really. I don't know. I just, it was one of those days
where stop looking at me.
What did you do? I just was pointing at you on the video stream.
I didn't know.
You're just a black screen.
I didn't know that I forgot that you are, in my hometown and that you were going to be remote. So I took everything and I put it in my bag, and then I remembered, I have to grab my computer again. And so that kind of frazzled me, everything like that.
I see.
Are you going to go grab dinner with Matt's parents? Take him out somewhere? Not a bad idea, John.
You should.
Hey, I work with your son.
I don't really have time.
I'm like his daddy, but in Omaha. I'm his Omaha daddy.
Stop it. Do not say John is my Omaha daddy. Okay.
Is that Michael?
No, Michael. No, that's right. Michael's his grandfather, his radio grandfather. Right?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Michael's your Omaha granddaddy, and John's your radio daddy.
No, they're
Omaha
both
daddy.
the same age. I just have
Daddy's home, lick, lick, lick.
Hey, daddy's home, lick, lick, lick.
I have two different
You have two
Omaha
different daddies.
grandpas.
Who are
Omaha
Severe?
Severe and John are my Omaha grandpas.
Where is Jack Mitchell? Is he like your uncle? Radio uncle?
He'd be like great uncle.
He's my radio third cousin.
Wow, really? I thought Jack was like more, important to your
If I'm
career.
gonna be honest with you, no.
Really?
Okay.
Did he sabotage you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I love Jack.
There's a huge butt coming.
Oh, massive. The biggest butt ever.
Yeah. It's like a Super Bowl halftime show with how big this butt is.
He claimed like I'm a part of his coaching tree.
Yeah.
I would need to be coached to be a part of his coaching tree.
Wow.
I mean, no offense to Jack. I love Jack, but like I did
not much apparently.
I did the practice reports on his show, but I never was brought on as a guest on his show. I never did a hit on his show.
Why would you be a guest on his show?
Well, who's going to all the press conferences? Who's going and talking to the coaches? Who's going and asking the questions? Who's writing reports on the team every week?
Are you saying you should have been part of the tailgate?
I'm not saying that I should have been a part of anything. I'm just claiming I wasn't a part of anything at all in terms of on-air stuff that had to do with Jack Mitchell. The only time that I got on the air was when I would fill in produce on Wednesdays, which only happened 10 or 15 times. And I was told explicitly to talk less, not by Jack, but by other people, because it's not my show, which I did.
Story to tell.
It wasn't my story, and they were totally right by it. They were totally correct. Okay, but I never really did anything under Jack. I just kind of, I just happened to work at KLIN. It's not offense to Jack. It's no offense to anybody.
Seems like it a little bit.
It's just there's zero.
I bet Jack would be a bit offended.
By what? I mean, Jack is great. I love Jack. Jack has been nothing but kind and loving, and I have a ton of respect for him and his family.
But
I'm very good friends with his son and everything like that, and I love him. But it's not like Jack sat me down in a studio and was like, "Hey, this is what you got to do on the radio."
By the way, people are saying there's an echo on the YouTube stream.
No,
right
it was
now.
I
think everything's fine right now.
The settings look fine.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything.
Jimmy says these crossovers have to be exhausting for you. Feel bad for you constantly taking poop.
No, I'm fine. This is my life.
Odson says it's only when Matt gets loud / passionate though. So it's just Matt being too loud.
My microphone, my thing on my StreamYard was unmuted.
Unmuted. Well, there we go. Now we're fixed. Good job by us.
We're all good. Everything's good.
I hope Jack doesn't. Now I'm a little nervous that Jack is going to get mad at me about that. But I would say
Jack doesn't take things personally and all, Matt. Don't worry.
He's my cousin. He's my radio.
He
cousin.
won't get weird about it. You're getting closer.
He's my radio. He's my radio cousin.
Okay.
Caleb Henry would probably be closer to a radio brother. Okay. That's my brother. That's my radio brother.
What is Jack's son?
My radio little brother.
Your radio little brother.
I love Jack's son.
Take him under your wing.
But he's not on the radio. He's not of radio.
No. He's not of the
He's
radio.
only related to someone of radio.
Jack
Radio
Son's-
by birth.
I'll tell you this. Jack got the sun right. That guy's awesome. That guy's dope. I
Jack
enjoy
got
hanging
the
out with him.
sun
He
right.
got the sun
Good
right.
job on the sex, Jack.
Yeah, great job on the sex.
Yeah, Johnny's a fun kid.
He's an awesome.
Johnny's awesome.
He's a fun
Okay,
guy.
let's stop gassing him up. He's fine.
Yeah, he's okay. But
One
let's not go
person
any
said,
further
"I
than
like
that.
him," and then everybody was like, "No, I'm Spartacus. No, I like him. No, I like him. I like him."
I'm the one who
You actually have a relationship with him.
Well, I love it. I get to tell Johnny your money's no good here, and that's the only person who allows me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fun. So I
Well,
buy-
yeah, because he's a broke college kid.
I know. I buy the kid lunches. I love doing it. I've done it like
You
3
do like
times
buying
now.
people things, though. You didn't buy me a thigh the other day.
'Cause-
Matt asked me, "Hey, does you want anything?" And I gave him one thing, and he's like,
Are
"Okay."
you really complaining to me after I sat in a hole and I digged you up a bunch of quotes that you were able to use for
Doug.
content on
Doug.
YouTube?
Thank you. Good job, Nick. No, I'm not that upset, but you I was getting excited. I was salivating over the idea of a thigh, and then you came back and you're like, "Why would I get you that?" I don't know. You asked me.
You said it very jokingly. And also, too, I wasn't going to get tenders and be like, I'll take one thigh.
Why not?
And how do we know? And how do we know he didn't get you the thigh, but we're still waiting for it because after all, it is.
We're not
So
going
if
to
I
turn
would've
this
said-
into, by the way, I owe Josh a thigh
So
now.
wait,
I don't know Josh. I don't know Josh.
So, Matt, if I
anything
would have said,
food related.
if I would have said, "Yeah, could I get a 3-piece and a Sprite?" I would have probably gotten that. So if I would have asked like an actual meal, would you have gotten me?
If
the
you
actual
told
meal?
me that you were legitimately hungry and you hadn't eaten or something had gone
Rats,
awry,
I made a huge mistake.
I would have actually gotten you a full meal. I actually
Damn
put it out
it.
for everybody if they
yes,
wanted.
that's why I
something.
wanted a thigh. I'd
Well,
already eaten
when
lunch.
you go,
yes, but
John,
you did proceed.
Thank you, John.
Proceed
What did I proceed?
saying the thigh by saying, "Well, I just had lunch."
there it
and
is.
So
there it
I
is.
think that's where Matt took it as, "Oh,
And-
he's
and,
just
and
joking.
John, you were there too. Like
Yeah.
Josh said it in a way where it's like, "I'll take a thigh." Like he said, you
There
didn't
was
say
no
it,
tone.
you didn't say it very like seriously. You said like,
I'll
"Oh,
take a thigh.
oh, I love mooching off of Matt.
What-
If I'm gonna get anything,
You
I'll take
asked.
one
We should-
thigh."
You
This
know,
is
the lesson
insane.
here is we should always assume that Josh is mooching. So
Yes.
just
You know what?
Mooch
And
days
also,
with Matt.
and also too, we'll just always assume, John, that Josh has already eaten before.
Well, yeah, because I
before
do
the
a
show.
2:00 show.
So
Of
here's
course
what
I've
I'll do.
had lunch.
You know what, John? If you
Yeah.
ever need anything, big man,
Oh,
you
no,
ever
I'm
ever
good.
hungry,
I'm
you
kinda
ever want
fat,
a burger.
because I usually
Hey,
I-
fatty, you ever need any food? Is that what you just said to
yeah,
John?
yeah. Well, you clearly. I mean, if anybody needs food on the show, it's you.
I do. I need food, and yet
Yeah.
you didn't get me any food.
Well,
Very sad.
That's
It's unreal.
all right.
you never struck me as a thigh guy, is what Jimmy says.
It's my
to you.
favorite piece of chicken.
I find it a little. I don't know. You got to eat it with both hands a little bit.
Not if you're a man.
Do you eat it with no hands?
Well,
I
you
eat it
should
with one
always,
hand.
you
I
eat
got
your
my-
probably
thighs with no
always eat
hands?
fried chicken with both hands.
No, John, I'm texting people and eating at the same time.
No, that is dumb. That is absolutely
I
ridiculous.
eat wings with one hand.
I eat everything with one hand.
What are you holding a flat like this
Mm.
and going like that?
That's how I hold flats.
Yeah, I don't. I'm a one
I
hand
just
eater.
I just prefer that things don't end up on my lap. That's all. It's all
I-
about control and
I,
balance.
I don't know. I'm a flat guy. I only when I get wings, I go
That's
flats
why
only.
John and I are great partners. He is a drumstick guy, so we just trade.
Oh,
We do-
really?
We can do
Dude.
tradesies.
Yeah, we
That's
do.
great.
And last night would have been perfect, man, because there were way too many
Oh.
drummies, or way too few drummies,
Oh.
way too many flats
Mm.
in the wings that I had while watching Nebraska slip and fall.
Hmm.
Because that's where we were at the bar last night, and it was like, this.
Oh, what bar did you go
wings-
to? You go to Kelly's?
No, just a local
You go to
place right across from the
Buffalo
hotel.
Wild Wings is this new cool place.
No, it was not Buffalo. It was
Where did
actually
you-
pretty good.
where
I
you
don't.
go-
I don't remember
hey,
the name of it.
What?
though.
Wait, you go to McGee's? You go to McGee's? You have a good time at McGee's?
I don't even know.
You
what
go to the
McGee's is.
Beaumont? You're a Beaumont guy, John. Bishop.
Matt's just gonna name places. in
You're just
Chicago.
gonna name places in Skokie. We're not in Skokie.
All right, so I have really sad news.
I'm naming the DePaul bars. Okay, that's
you
all
know
the
these as DePaul bars?
McGee's, Kelly's. Yeah, and then there's another one. It's
What?
not
Okay, this is interesting now
the
because
Beaumont's a DePaul bar.
I didn't know. I'm still not terribly familiar, even though we've been in this league for 13 years. Just the pervasiveness of DePaul in the Chicago.
No one gives a
culture.
crap.
Yeah.
No one.
I mean, it
Chicago's
used to be a
team.
big deal when I was growing up because they were good.
Yeah,
They were
'cause
really,
that's,
really good.
that's when they
I don't
had.
believe you.
No, they were really good, and they had Aguirre.
Right. Yeah.
and they
But-
had that other local cat, who might. He's
Yeah.
the type of guy where if you bring him up amongst people your age, you're like, oh my god, he was so good. But like, I would never remember him. But they had good teams, is what I'm trying to say.
Right, but what I'm asking is you're rattling off all these DePaul bars as if, this is common knowledge among the street folk there in Skokie/Chicago. I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. I thought people kind of ignored DePaul.
Huss says, John, just tell us the name so we can see where they rank on Matt's ranch list.
I honestly don't remember, and I didn't have the ranch, so I couldn't even.
Do you remember Tom Kleinschmidt? Like back then when they had him and he was like scoring a bunch of points, everybody loved that guy. Here's where DePaul falls in the relationship to Chicago. It's a college that kids who don't want to go to a big state school go to. Oh, you're going to DePaul? Cool. That's kind of where the conversation ends. Like,
Tough.
All right, cool. You're staying in town.
Isn't it more expensive to go to DePaul?
I don't know. I never looked into going to DePaul.
I would think
like
so.
there was never
there
was never an allure. There was never to go to DePaul. Like no one ever talked about. No one. If I'm being honest with you, no one ever was like, man, I really want to stay here and go to DePaul. DePaul was more like I kind of want to hang out with my family and I like the city already and I want to make some roots here and eventually I want to work here. DePaul's a fine place to do that and do. People go to law school there, to do the same thing. But it's not like I wouldn't call it like a Chicago staple. Like I would just say it's a school. And that
it's kind of unique. Chicago's kind of unique because, and not that other big cities don't have schools. I mean, Philly's obviously got the Big Five and all that, but you got DePaul and you got Loyola and you got UIC.
Yeah.
And you got Northwestern. And then downstate, you have Illinois, which obviously is the big state school, but like how what the pecking order is or what people perceive each school to be.
Yeah, I'll tell you this: like no one ever says I went to DePaul or I'm going to Loyola or I'm going to UIC, and no one ever like snickers at it or goes, "Oh, that person's dumb," or "Oh, that," like no one ever like receives it in a negative connotation, but nobody ever goes, "Wow." They go, cool. Oh, okay, cool. You go to LUC. Oh, okay. You go to DePaul. Oh, okay. You go to UIC. Cool. Good for you. Now, if you go to Northwestern, because it has the academic prestige, people immediately go, whoa. Like you're immediately like you're smart or you're connected or you're going places. Go to DePaul, people are like, cool. Now there are like DePaul has cool bars and like DePaul, so Stibbs goes like Lincoln Park rocks too. Like it's in that area. Lincoln Park is an awesome area in Chicago that people like
love
to
that
hang
band
out
back
with.
in the day.
So it's one of those things where it's like, the relationship between DePaul and
Because I'm a
Chicago
famous
is
lead
like,
singer.
this is
That
a
guy
school
died.
that exists. Cool. And it's in a fine area.
I don't.
So that's it. But like McGee's that's a place and Kelly's is a place and the Beaumont is a place. And those are like when you're young, when you're maybe even, when you're hanging out and having a good time, you go to those places and it's always fun.
I've never been to DePaul's campus. I mean, every time we come here, we go to the arena. We just
Wintrust.
I'm going to be honest.
Used to be Allstate, the old Allstate we used to go to.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I'm sure I've been on DePaul's campus. I don't really know.
Isn't that fun when you drive down a street and you're like, I don't think I've ever driven down this street before. Obviously in Chicago, much bigger city.
Yeah.
But I have that in Omaha probably once a month where I'm like, I don't know if I've ever been on the street.
I have that every day.
I look around, I take it in.
I have that every day.
Every day?
A lot. I travel a lot. I try and explore the city as much as possible.
I guess that's true. You do like going places.
I love going west.
Odds and rights. What are we talking about? That's a great question.
We're talking about DePaul.
I was going to deliver some news.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, it's a bit heartbreaking, but I have news to deliver. James Vanderbeek has passed away. I don't even know if you know who James Vanderbeek is, Matt, but he's dead. John, your thoughts?
I'm sorry for the Vanderbeeks.
Good take. Matt, anything from you?
Ditto.
Okay, there we go.
Was he in anything except for that silly Varsity Blues?
Dawson's Creek is what he's known for.
Oh, I didn't watch that show.
Yeah.
Was that what was that about?
Dawson's Creek?
It was about a creek in
I
Dawson.
think it was
Moody
just like
teenagers.
I was gonna say it's a high school show. Yeah.
Was it on around the same time as 90210, or did it come around after that?
Probably a little after that.
So it's kind of in that angsty 90s, teen, early college year
He
drama.
was in Scary Movie. He was in Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23.
He was in the music video to Blow by Kesha.
He was in John Loves Kesha. Yeah.
Who?
48 years old. R.I.P. James Vanderbeek.
Wow.
Yep, indeed. There was another thing that I was going to bring up. Can't remember what it was anymore. So there you go. Wow. Kyle says, first significant death I've learned via the Grum. Wow.
Well, you weren't here on that day when Kissinger died. You
Haha, Nick.
Yeah.
Nick
was
laughed a
doing
lot.
cartwheels
He really
for
was.
some reason. I don't know why.
Henry Kissinger.
Nick has this weird thing about, Henry Kissinger.
I don't like war criminals. I'm so weird.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I think that's a fair take, Nick. To not like war criminals.
There's a lot of people in history that really have angst about. We talk about one all the time.
Yeah, John, here's the thing.
It
Just
really
because
does
I don't
say-
like Henry Kissinger doesn't mean I also don't like all the other bad people.
I know.
I have
but it
room in
just
my
seems-
heart to hate all the
It
bad
just seems
people.
a little, Michael Scott,
Mr. H didn't die during the show, John. Nick probably would have laughed about that one too.
I would have exploded with laughter.
Well, of course,
Under.
Mr. H didn't die
Maybe
during the
Hitler.
show because he's still around.
Mm.
He's
It
still
says
down
here in the Rolling
Brazil.
Stones article, Henry Kissinger, war criminal.
There you go.
Huh?
Exactly. Shout out to Nick. By the way,
Wow,
John
well,
and I,
I'm glad we could be. Who was that said that we could be there? Walter Cronkite and
Kyle?
break the news of James Vanderbeek's death. too.
and this is not to sully Mr. Vanderbeek, who again, R.I.P.
Oh,
no, let
but
me go.
there's a
No.
butt coming.
Wow.
There's-
No, this
There's
is-
a bigger
there's a
butt
butt
than
coming.
we had
No.
earlier in the show about
This-
Jack Mitchell
There's
not
another
being my
butt
radio
coming.
No,
dad.
John, you're gonna handshake me. Varsity Blues is a trash movie. That
Oh,
movie is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Terrible movie. No one should ever watch it again. It might be the worst movie I've ever seen.
Whoa. I don't even know what it's about.
It's about high school football.
Okay.
Think of it as Friday Night Lights, but if someone
But
who
worse.
was in high school wrote it,
It's so bad.
it just has and then a bunch of high school kids acted it.
I got so
Except
mad
for
because
except for what the old guy,
Were you hyped
John
for it?
Voight.
John Voight.
John Voight was the coach. I went into that movie. I watched it as a senior in high school. I was expecting great things, and I turned it on, and at one point, my girlfriend goes, "Are
Oh,
you
wow.
just
Josh
like
had a girlfriend. How cool.
shout out to me, not to brag? Are you just loving this movie because you love football?" And I was like, "No, I actually kind of think this sucks."
I actually think they should get out of the dime package, run more nickel.
No, it's not
Why
that
are they?
bad.
Why are they running?
Jimmy might have the best analogy. It's Michael
Oh!
Bay doing high school sports.
Excellent comparison.
That's-
Excellent
that-
comparison.
That makes some sense.
They lampooned
Whoa.
it very well on Not Another Teen Movie. If you've ever seen that.
I
I never
I mean,
liked
basically,
that
a
one.
Not Another Teen
You
movie
like
was,
it?
I
hey,
don't like
let's
Not
just
Another
take
Teen Movie.
Varsity Blues and let's just make fun of it for 90 minutes.
Nick, I have a
That's
take.
what it was.
Friday Night
Fine.
Lights is with the guy from Tokyo Drift, right?
I don't know. I
Which
never saw
guy
that.
from Tokyo Drift, Matt?
It's been like 15 years since
I never
I've
saw
seen
Tokyo
Friday Night
Drift.
Lights.
It's the best
Friday
Yeah,
Fast
Night
and
Steve
Lights.
says
Furious movie.
WTF. How can you not like Not Another Teen Movie?
I didn't like that one compared to all the other parody movies that came out. I thought that was just weak.
Oh man, have you ever seen Not Another? Of course you haven't. John, did you ever see Not Another Teen Movie?
I don't know if I've seen it beginning to end, but I have seen parts of it. Yeah.
All right, let's see if it's streaming.
See, is
anywhere.
this Not Another Teen Movie? Can I just ask real quick? Did this come out in like 2004?
01?
Yeah.
Shout out
It's
to 9/11.
this mid 2000s. Like when we get into the mid, this is not my strength,
Man, but
guys.
th-
This is not where
Dude,
I
it-
wasn't really doing a whole lot
That's
then,
okay.
other
That's
than
all right.
crapping my pants. You
I'm
know,
gonna watch it eventually
and,
though.
and,
I
and
watched
watching Cubs baseball.
our movie club movie for Fridays from the 70s. It's not like I could have watched that in the 70s. I wasn't alive.
See, but like our mid 2000s movies, like
oh,
like how many of them are really like?
hey,
Don't yell at me.
hey,
Don't yell.
hey.
Don't yell.
What are you about to say about my era of high
You know
school?
what?
Well, they're not.
I think I was getting disaster movie, not another teen movie mixed up with each other.
Okay.
They're not the 2000s. The mid 2000s, I feel like aren't far enough yet to be like classics. Like,
Anchorman is not a classic.
well,
Superbad is not a
looked
classic.
at as like 70s movies and 80s movies and 90s movies.
Ocean's
Where it's like,
11, not a classic.
Do you think we watch more classic 90s movies or more classic mid 2000s?
I think it depends on how old you are and when
Yeah.
you were born.
Yeah, that's a hard question.
Well,
to answer.
but this is a little misleading because the and folks will blame my generation for this. but
Hell
the
yeah.
80s
Yeah, I'm
and
a
the
fan of
90s,
that.
The 80s and the 90s gets a lot more run
A million percent.
in current pop culture than just about any decade that preceded it. Like, for example, when I was growing up, there was still, Leave It to Beaver reruns and things like that from like the 50s and the 60s, but it didn't have, it had its moment, right?
Yeah.
In
you don't think that,
reruns.
John, there was a nostalgia for like the baby boomer generation though that came along, and like I just feel like we always are perpetually like in 10 years
but
we're
I'm-
going to start
what I-
talking
no,
about the
I'm not-
2000s.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist. What I'm saying is the 80s and the 90s have carried further along. Like today, for example, we don't watch Leave It to Beaver reruns anymore. We don't watch Twilight Zone, stuff like that, where, it had its first run moment, then it's had its rerun moment, and then it just has faded. But like music from the 80s and 90s,
and
movies
70s.
from the 80s and 90s, it's like its shelf life has gone on a lot longer because
your generation won't let 80s music die.
I'll tell you
because it's good, Nick, and your generation doesn't make music.
I'll tell you exactly why. Because men like you are raising kids that are now my age, and so it's like you guys made us watch the 80s and 90s movies.
My dad made us listen to this stuff, but it's like it didn't carry.
Well, it carries now because that stuff actually was quality. It was actually good, and so we watched that, and we were like, okay, yeah, 90s and 80s and stuff like that. Like I probably know more 90s and 80s movies, or could probably speak to it more than 2000s movies.
90s had some great
because
movies.
it's like Dad didn't sit down and say, hey, watch this 2007 movie. He was like, hey, sit down and watch, Goodfellas, or hey, sit down and watch
is
this.
It's carried a little bit longer than normal than maybe previous generations have. And so I don't know if that means the mid 2000s stuff will have the same length of shelf life.
In 10 years, Josh is totally right. You were totally right.
Yeah.
In 10 years, those kids who are learning about the mid 2000s movies that their mothers and fathers are teaching them about will be loud enough to have opinions that matter.
That said, John, like people really like celebrating TV shows from the early 2000s. Sopranos, The Wire, Breaking Bad, Mad Men.
TVs did do
because that's when TV leveled up, and so we never stopped talking about those shows.
Well, yeah, it leveled up from a quality standpoint, even though from a quantity of viewership standpoint,
no, but quality is what matters here, and the quality of those shows was way better than the quality.
No,
of
I know, but
before.
I'm just saying, The Sopranos had probably 1/5 the audience of the best shows on TV in the previous.
Yeah, but that's always going to happen, right? Like the audience.
Well,
is
it's different.
The audience is fractured more than ever before.
They are. I hate snowboarding.
Anyway, I think you would enjoy Not Another Teen Movie. It's funny.
I gotta level up my mid 2000s game.
Have you ever seen Anchorman?
Yes, I've seen.
I'm just asking. Have you ever seen Superbad?
Yeah, but I can't really quote it or like.
You ever seen Wanted? You need to get into like the mid 2000s action slop.
Wow,
because some of that action slop was fun.
Is that this guy? He shoots. No, that's Taken.
He curves a bullet.
He curves a bullet around.
It's got Angelina Jolie.
You see her butt crack.
I haven't seen the Matrix movies.
You should see the Matrix movies.
Wow, that's
at least
99.
You should see the first Matrix movie.
Just watch the first one. You're fine. No, John doesn't like the Matrix for whatever reason.
I did. I mean, it was fine. The first one was fine.
First one's awesome. First one changed cinema.
I feel like my life really began in 2009. That's when it really started. The first 6 years of my life were kind of slop. I don't really remember anything.
Well, that's kind of how it usually is for a lot of people.
It's like the stuff
you
that
kind of
John
forget
eats
the
at
first
night,
5 or 6 years because it's hard to remember them.
Yeah, you're a baby.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't have any takes in 04.
Well, I
You're a
probably did.
baby.
I probably was watching. I was like, wow, this Olin Kreutz guy, he could be a Hall of Famer.
You think so? Interesting.
He keeps complaining about it.
I didn't like that sentence you said where you feel like you became a conscious human being in 2009.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, he was 6.
No, I get that. I was older than that. But I
isn't
remember
everybody? Everybody's always older than when I was.
Calm down. I'm not calling you young. Chill. I'm just saying I feel old because there's a younger person now. It's what Josh felt like when I started.
Correct. Yeah, this just
yes. Let's all feel bad for Nick.
That's not what I'm doing.
I remember.
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
We have now officially gone.
Nick is the old
from
one now.
Josh being triggered by Nick because it makes Josh feel old.
Yeah.
Now to
Nick being triggered.
Nick being triggered by Matt because Matt makes Nick feel old. This is great.
It's one of my favorite pastimes.
No, it was one of my favorite pastimes too.
I love this. I'm having a great time. I love that.
The rapidly aging zone stat.
But here's the thing, Matt. At some point, you won't be the younger.
I can't wait till we bring a 5-year-old here on the show to start triggering Matt. You're making me feel old.
Yeah, you have a take. Yep. Paragraph fan says Josh gets triggered by everything. I'm not even triggered right now. That was Nick.
Well, did you see the gaslight reverse trigger right there?
What happened?
Nick was triggering me, and then I reversed it to triggering Nick.
So now we're both just triggered, and nobody's happy.
I learned that from Josh Peterson.
Oh, you flipped it.
I did flip it. I flipped it on.
You flipped it.
I did.
He's like, no, you're going to do the interview now. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to do the interview with you.
Exactly.
Oh, heck yeah.
Bang.
Aaron says, how old is Austin? He was triggering Matt this week.
Austin
was just roasting you.
He's only a few months younger than I am.
Austin's just a friend. And so that's just how we kind of.
It's called friendship.
Yeah,
making fun of your friends.
Like people telling me that like, oh, Austin makes fun of you. I'm like, yeah, so does like my roommate, and so does like my buddy. Yeah, so do you. Like it's fine, man.
Yeah, so does John.
It's just it's a part of being who I am. But like you have to have the charismatic, funny, interesting guy that causes the stories and falls on the sword sometimes.
So who is that friend of yours? Oh, interesting. I thought you were talking about Austin.
No.
Oh, my bad. I misunderstood where you were going with that story.
Come on, look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me.
What are you? What did you say you were again? The handsome friend who?
I am. I'm handsome. I'm charismatic. I bring the conversation.
Wow.
I'm
learning a lot about you or who you purport to be today.
You put the credit card on the table to the ladies. You go, hey, we'll buy.
Hey, do anybody want a chicken thigh?
Hey, yeah.
Somebody says yes, and you're like, nah, screw you.
Hey, you put the credit card on the table, and like, hey, we'll buy the drinks as long as you don't hug the covers.
Wow, fascinating.
Stibbs, I'm glad you noticed this. Really enjoying Nick's avant-garde David Lynch.
I'm not going to put the NBC Olympics on the background of our stream.
I understand that Nick's not trying to get banned.
We monetize our YouTube now.
Though we don't.
Well, wait a minute. It never gets monetized because we're always airing stuff. I get the emails all the time saying this doesn't
count. We monetize it, but we don't ever make anything off of it because we're always in trouble. We're always airing things.
Most of those emails are just sharing. I go in there manually and I clip those out.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Interesting.
Nick is really a believer of the rule of thirds.
Excellent reference.
Nice.
Thank you.
Good job by you, man.
Glad we got a great view of the door.
I love the rule of thirds. It's important to remember when you're taking photos.
It does. Well,
I mean, you could always just turn the Olympics off. I mean, there's no more curling, right?
No, we got snowboarding though.
I hate snowboarding.
That's
snowboarding is the.
I figured of all the people.
Oh, is this like the X Games of the Olympics?
So,
are we now to the X Games portion of the
Yes,
Winter
we
Olympics?
are.
It's just the Olympics.
Josh Hodson during the What to Watch said what was on tonight for the Olympics, and I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't understand one word that came out of his mouth. He was like,
"You don't know like figure skating,
180, blah 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 blah." Just
we've
play
reached
hockey.
the X Games portion
Just
where
play
we
the
just
hockey.
start making up stuff.
Exactly. They're trying to tell me Shaun White did some like Ronald McDonald McFlip.
Shaun White's still around
or whatever.
That guy's old. That guy's my age.
He's super old.
He doesn't do things.
I had a video game of his on my Nintendo DS.
He has gray hair. I'm betting
it's not red anymore.
John,
he was one of your people.
You lose your redness. You lose your red hair. John used to have red hair, right, John?
It was a little darker.
Shaun White is 2 years and 2 days exactly older than me. September 3rd, 1986. Shout out to you, Sean.
Whoa. 2 days older?
2 years and 2 days.
Whoa. I thought you were born on the 15th.
No,
Gotcha.
5th. What?
You said 2 days older.
2 years and 2 days.
What day were you born?
September 5th.
Oh yeah.
So he's I thought you said the 13th.
No, he's born in the 3rd.
Okay.
I don't think you were listening to me actually. Shaun White, he's retired. He doesn't snowboard anymore.
Do you see the math there, by the way? If he was born on the 13th and you were 2 days older than him, what day would you be born on?
September 11th.
Yeah. I didn't know that about you.
See, but that doesn't work because you just totally misheard the entire thing.
I know
that I wasn't born on September 11th.
That's why I was trying to explain why I was freaking out a little.
Lost now.
Matt thinks I was born on 9/11.
Whatever the opposite of a happy New Year crossover is.
It's called a crappy boo year.
Yeah,
this crossover sucks. You spent 5 minutes talking about DePaul.
That was because John was asking questions.
I was curious.
Do we need to be concerned about that countdown behind John, by the way? Is something going to explode?
Yep.
Wow, what is that?
It's just been counting down.
No, I know, but what's in 5 minutes? Practice?
Well, you see, that clock matches the game clock in the arena.
Well, there's not a game going on.
Yes, but there may be practice going on.
This isn't a beach. It's a bathtub.
See, it's convenient because this is the coach's office. So then the coaches know, oh, that's how much time's left in halftime before we go out.
No, I know. John, we understand that. We're more confused. What is it counting down to that's in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
It's
well, again, there's practice going on. See, when they do shoot around, they usually do like sessions. Like, all right, we're going to do this session for 5 minutes. We're going to do this session for 10 minutes. We're going to do this session. And so whatever DePaul or whoever is out there is doing now has 4 minutes and 54 seconds left.
Chanton says, whoa, bro, nice clock.
Or maybe it's an actual clock. It's counting down because we're actually losing time.
Wow.
We're actually traveling back in time.
Jake says, are we bearing the lead here? Aren't we approaching the 2-year anniversary of Josh O puking in a trash can? That's only been 2 years. I thought that was like the early days of the Connor Happer show. R.I.P.
What? Hey, it's
No, but the show is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The show is dead.
I like the new shows. I'm just saying you can still say R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Yeah. Shout out to the Connor Happer show.
Yeah, I don't remember when that was.
Gone but not forgotten.
No.
No, definitely not.
Well, the
forgotten.
good news
if you look
is
at my
if Nick
emails,
has to
it
puke,
definitely
we're going to
hasn't
get
been
a great
forgotten.
view of it because of his camera angle today. I mean,
You're welcome.
Nice.
It's framed perfectly. Maybe that's why
Here for the
why
people.
Nick's really doing is because he's going to have to puke here. In a little
I'm
bit.
shocked I haven't puked yet on the air. We've been pretty close. I got a tough stomach, man. I got acid reflux, and sometimes we have bad moments.
So that
I
means
would
you
say
have a
that's the
soft stomach.
opposite of a tough stomach.
Yeah.
That sounds like a weak
I have a
stomach.
weak. I have a very
Yeah.
weak stomach.
Yeah.
It's just if I
Well,
eat,
you're
Gen
eating all
Z
them.
ass stomach.
You're eating all them
TikTok
oysters
stomach.
and
Mhm.
I can't digest
weird
this for more
things
than
and
5
taking
minutes.
multiple women out on dates. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Alyssa says puke again to celebrate. It'll be like a baptism for Matt.
I've had like 4 baptisms to this station apparently.
Have you? What are the other 4?
Leaving all the monsters in the bathroom,
You do
getting
that.
pranked, my key situation,
Yes.
having to work the College World Series.
That's
was-
just the zone. That's just
Now,
what-
a
that's
couple
just
of those
doing-
things
that's
were
just
within your
being
control.
here.
Yeah. One of those things is just your job.
Yeah.
Well, I got pranked by working College World Series. That's just
Well-
called 1620 the zone.
Wow, what a good prank
I'm
that all
getting
of us
pranked
do.
for a long
I'm
time.
still trying to figure out what's happening with the College World Series this summer. I had a question asked of me about the event by someone who is in power a month ago, and I've then not gotten any follow-ups. But there was a secret meeting with John in one of our empty studios a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
about
Whoa!
the
What
college-
happened in the super secret meeting, John?
Exactly. It was about the College World Series. I don't know what the hell's happening.
I-
He was like, John, I need to talk to you. And I said, what
There's
am I?
going to be baseball.
what am I,
played. There will be
chopped
8
liver?
teams there.
Yeah.
They're going to have a new scoreboard and ribbon board. It's
I
going to
don't-
be exciting.
Still don't believe this.
When is the
Oh,
first,
I saw it. I saw the scoreboard yesterday. when I was driving
who's
to the airport.
announcing the first Creighton baseball game this season?
Probably Happer
I'm
and
not-
Glenn.
I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
sure.
Because basketball season will still be going on.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I said John will be calling games a little earlier this year than he has been over the last few years.
Yes,
Though I guess the Crown is also in April, so maybe not. I don't know how that schedule component.
I
works
want
out for
Creighton to win
everybody.
the Crown so badly.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Creighton fans gave Nebraska fans a lot of grief last year for celebrating. It would be fun to watch.
What if
Creighton
Nebraska? What if Nebraska beat Louisville in the NCAA tournament, lost in the
To
second
Auburn?
round to Auburn,
Wow.
and then Creighton won the crown?
That would be very specific.
And very hard to do. Well, actually, that might
Is it possible?
kind of maybe
Hmm.
because Auburn might be a 7 or something. I don't know.
If
Okay.
Creighton wins the crown, then
Or
they're going to
10.
go 20-0 next season. That's just what happens.
That's exciting for you, John.
Congrats.
Yeah, I don't think the two correlate.
Then you'll lose to Purdue.
How do
in
you know they
February.
don't, John? It's happened. It's happened.
I mean, when
We have
you know,
data.
when pretty much the entire starting lineup didn't play in last year's crown,
I guess that's true.
it helped. It helped somewhat, but I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say it was the vehicle that launched this season.
You are totally wrong. That momentum, that win streak led them to where they are now, John. You shut your mouth. The
Odson's
crown is
right. It's
beautiful.
never not happened.
Excellent point by Odson. 100% of the time you win the crown, you start 20-0.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's just a
That's
fact.
the data. We
Yeah.
have the data.
You can't
All right,
argue with
My
it.
people are telling me.
Yeah, you can't argue with this, John.
All right.
Well, that was a crappy boo year.
Crappy boo year, everybody. What
Hey.
seafood are you having today?
Hopefully none. If your stomach.
Are you going to Long John Silver's to get the cheesecake?
No, I was so dumb. Talk about.
Oh,
a
yeah, did
crappy
you hear
Blue
about
year.
that,
I was
John?
listening to the radio at the same time.
What happened?
Long John Silver's is going to have cheesecake. Your thoughts?
I bet it tastes exactly like everything else. It comes out of that same fryer oil.
We made a very similar joke. This is
We
why
did.
John and I work together
But it's also
so well.
it's Cheesecake Factory cheesecake. So really, you're just not going to
Yeah,
Cheesecake Factory.
That's the triggering part, John.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, cool. They're going to make one of their dumb food items, but no, they're just getting it from the Cheesecake Factory.
Mhm.
So, like, that's dumb. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, of all the restaurants that have come and gone, that is one that I am surprised is still around. I really
It is
am.
wild that we're in 2026 and there's still Long John Silver's.
It's true.
Who goes there?
Austin, apparently.
I've never been there. I've never been there once.
You should try it after work. It's really good.
You should go and just get the chicken. I knew
I'm-
somebody who used to do that.
I'm
That's what I did. I never ate the fish.
Okay, so we used to do this segment called Taste Test Wednesday on the Grum.
I
You
would
should
love
do
to
it.
do that.
You could do a Taste Test Wednesday of Long John Silver's, but order the chicken and the fish, and then tell us if you can actually figure out which is which, because it all tastes the same.
Do you want to do this next Wednesday?
So you're bringing us Long John Silver's?
Yeah.
Or I guess we would have to bring it in because you'll be on the air.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten Long John Silver's in I think about 20 years. I am
Let's
down
do it.
if we're doing it on the show.
Let's do it.
Well, you talk about vomit streaks. That's the last time I threw up was eating Long John
Let's
Silver,
do it, baby. We're a food show.
Wow. All right. Time to puke.
That's the
All right.
crossover.
Well, I guess we'll see.
Good
First
to
of
see
all,
you,
we have
Matt.
to find one. I don't even know where the damn one
Right
is.
down the street.
Yeah, it's like
There's one on
it's
Dodge.
right
Oh,
down,
is
right
there?
there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's how noticeable
It's
they
right
next
are.
to the
I don't even
Argus,
notice
formerly
them.
known as Burger King.
It's in a little crevasse.
Oh, that Burger King's gone?
Yeah, I found that out like last year. I was like,
Oh.
I'm going to get a croissant.
How is that Burger King gone, but Long John Silver's is still there?
Excellent question.
Burger King is good.
It's
Great
a
point,
Whopper
because that
Wednesday.
Burger King saved me from that time that Popeyes refused to serve me. So.
Nice goal by Sweden. Look at Carlson.
All right, time to go.
Bye.
All right, that's enough. That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum rolling on next on 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
For 75 years, Skradsky Heating and Cooling has delivered comfort and peace of mind to Omaha families. As a family-owned business, we take pride in treating your home like our own. Whether it's a quick repair, a new system installation, or regular maintenance, you can trust our team to keep you comfortable all year. Celebrate our 75th year with us and experience service that stood the test of time. Call Skradsky Heating and Cooling or visit heatomaha.com.
Good in their communities. The application deadline is Wednesday, February 25th. Nominate your hero today. Just go to djshero.org for more information. That's djshero.org.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
We are going to make sure that the deck is clean and dry so that there is no slippage today.
Speak for yourself. Nick was pouring crap all over the studio floor earlier.
Oh, Matt Painter.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the program Wednesday, Dumb Debates Wednesday. John, Josh, and Nick with you. I am here at almost at Allstate Arena.
Don't
Wintrust.
say that,
Wintrust
John.
Arena.
You're not in good hands
Wintrust.
anymore, John.
Yeah. The thing I do miss about it, though, is the airport was right across the street. So when we left, it was right to the airport and right out. Not so here. But other than that, it's a beautiful building. And I get my own room with a countdown clock and everything that you can no longer see because of the new way that we framed things. But anyway, welcome to the Grum, and it's good to have you with us. Tonight, Creighton is playing DePaul. That's why I'm here in Chicago. And we got a good show for you today, as you're going to find out here on Grum Down 26.
Let's go.
Huskers slip. Our own Crab Creek chronicler, Stephen M. Sipple.
The Crab Boy.
Mr. Chronicle himself.
Or is it
Apparently
Crab
Mr.
Creek
Move
Chronicle?
His Day.
Yeah, he didn't answer the phone. There was a report from one of our intrepid listeners in the YouTube chat that he saw him on the street, look at his phone, and chuckle to himself and basically not answer and ignore
And then
us.
flipped it off.
Yeah,
Said he flipped off the
said, I
phone.
don't care about this stupid show.
Well, he must care about it today because he's agreed to come
He's
on.
back.
So I guess we'll find out in about 15
Although
minutes.
I texted him before you texted him, and yet he texted you back and not me.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah. Right, because you text weird.
What do you mean?
I think we have learned that you text weird. You use a lot of exclamations. I think maybe he's like too many exclamations.
I don't think he cares about that.
It's a Gen Z thing, Nick. Look it up.
I know it's a Gen Z thing. I don't think he cares, though.
Maybe he responded to me. I don't know what to tell you.
It's a
While
weird
the
thing to
two
waste
of you
energy
are going
caring
on
about.
about exclamations and texts, I'll tell you that Mike DeCourcey will join us of the Sporting News and BTN.
Nice get, Nick. See, you got DeCourcey on.
I did get DeCourcey.
Good job.
Has Nebraska swept the dysfunction out of the junction?
Oh,
Some more thoughts on the Crab Creek Chronicles.
Or is it
Nah.
Crick?
Nice. Down by the creek.
Boy, Emmett was that guy.
Wait, are we talking about Johnson?
Yeah.
Whoa, Emmett Johnson talk.
Yeah.
That's
Well, a
exciting.
little bit.
February 11th
I-
of 2026.
I saw
Getting
a
ready for the
chart.
NFL draft, Nick. I
Oh,
think that's what John's
Get your
doing.
mocks ready.
Oh.
I saw a chart.
Uh-huh.
The winter spring game 2026. Get your tickets now.
Technically, it will be in the spring, though the majority of the practices will take place during the winter.
The winter.
Yeah.
It is Dumb Debates. You can send in your Dumb Debates now in the Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates. Bear down, Altoona Bears.
Oh, no, not again.
Iowa.
And Jay's in the Windy City. That's where I am today. There's part of a little bit of what we got today for you here on the program. But last night, just you don't need to worry about audio, Nick.
Okay.
It was, I mean, you don't normally see guys fall like this on a basketball court. And of course, immediately the conspiracies. Oh, it's in front of the Purdue bench. There was just a timeout. There were people that we saw them. They were spilling water. They were dribbling. I mean, you could have really had a lot more fun with this and said, no, it was actually one of the Purdue players wringing the armpit sweat out of their hair.
Oh, they borrowed Rink Mass jersey and were squeezing it all over the floor. He's Mr. Sweat.
Maybe.
No, wait, can you put that video back up quick, John?
You want to see it again?
Yeah.
You want to watch it again? Oh,
Nope.
sorry. Here we go.
Oh,
come on!
You
Really?
are an a-hole.
I
man.
want this for the record.
This is
I didn't
Nick
do
Grimm.
this.
This is
I
Nick
did
Grimm.
not do this. This is not me.
Wow.
I only have the video. Nick, this is not me.
Wow.
I don't want everyone.
Unreal.
I don't want a Husker fan go, hey, Blue Jay guy making fun of him.
I mean, you
no,
have been,
this
to be
is
fair.
not me.
You keep tweeting out photos. I had one friend reach out earlier after your tweet with dumb debates where, what did you say, like something slip or, slipping on the floor or whatever.
Yeah, it was a dumb debate tweet because last night how the game ended was kind of dumb.
So a couple texts in the group chat with no due respect, F you, John. And then the other said, Josh, kick him square in the shin under the desk today. Sadly, I am unable to. Next time Creighton loses in a funny way.
Tell the idiots that are in your chat.
They're my friends.
That is not okay. They're idiots.
They're great
because
smart
that
people.
is not that. The whole point was last night's game was dumb. Usually when I do the dumb debate tweet, it involves something dumb that happened.
Interesting.
And something dumb happened last night. And for the conspiracy-minded,
which you pretend not to be, but you always get into the conspiracy.
Oh, look, he likes to
John's
dip
like,
your toes
people
in.
are saying, as I want to
people
talk
are
about
saying,
it too.
Interesting.
people are saying, I don't know if it's true or not. It does seem rather convenient that it happened right in the spot where Purdue was having its
fascinating
timeout.
Isn't that
and
where
then
the beer hit
there were
too,
folks
though?
taking screenshots and saying, hey, look at this coach here. And they got their finger in the picture. And it's like, hey, this coach here, watch what he does with the water. It's like, I mean, it's probably as simple as to say they just didn't clean up the floor well enough.
Sure.
After the timeout.
Yeah.
That it wasn't malicious. Because if you notice when the Purdue player grabs the ball, he runs through the same spot. He doesn't have any problem. So it was just terrible timing, terrible break. In a moment where, quite frankly, it should have never come to that. It should have never. In all reality, it should have never come to that.
From whose perspective is it?
Well, from Nebraska's perspective, because
Nebraska.
Well, they were down 22 at one point and looked like they were dead in the water. And when you look at the numbers, I mean, you look at how badly Nebraska got throttled on the boards. You look at how they turned the ball over and gave all these extra possessions to Purdue. The math sometimes just does not work out. But yet, here was Purdue. They shot 46 threes last night.
Made 13 of them.
Which set a school record. It beat the old school record by 10.
That is nuts.
I mean, it's one thing to break a school record for something, but when you break it by, what is that about? That's about a 20-ish% increase, 25% increase, right?
No, it's almost 33%.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, they obviously had overtime to add to some of their attempts, but
they did.
Most of those, of course, were in the first and second halves.
But it was incredible. And I guess to me, the thing was, and I didn't get a chance to see the first half because we were just arriving in Chicago, but I certainly saw.
Did you see they were down 14-1?
Yes, I did see that. But so basically I started watching the second half on. And I don't know what it was, but maybe it's just, just the thought that I've seen this team and I've seen this dance before, but I had very little doubt in my mind that there was going to be a comeback and that there was going to be some stress at the end of the game. I would not have predicted Nebraska to be a free throw away from winning it if Mass makes the free throw at the end, which we almost got an identical comeback to what we saw Saturday by Creighton. Nebraska was down 67-58 with about 90 seconds to go, just like Creighton was down 67-58. If Mast makes the free throw and Nebraska wins, the final score would have been 69-68.
Nice.
Just like Creighton's win over Seton. Oh, it was weird because Rob Anderson and I were watching the game together, and he's the first one that pointed it out.
As you were eating all your flatty wings?
as I'm eating my flats. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And then unfortunately didn't get to that. But the fact that it got to that point, I thought was not surprising, but yet still incredible at the same time for a team that is getting punked on the glass and turning the ball over more than they normally turn the ball
the wild
over.
part to me is that they came back twice in the second half. So they're down by
they had 2 runs.
Yeah, they're down by 20 plus, and they make it a 4-point game. And then Purdue goes on, a 10-0 run, and then they have their second comeback. The surprise isn't that they had 1 comeback, but that they had to have 2 in regulation just to force overtime.
Correct.
And that they were, man, that Mass is at the free throw line with a chance to put them up by 1 with 15 seconds to go. So still, as we saw, one full possession is going to be left for Purdue. Multiple shot opportunities probably, given all of their offensive rebounding. It's so weird because that's why I jokingly asked when you said it shouldn't have gotten to that point. It's like, yeah, but from whose perspective? From Purdue's, because they're like, how did we let up the first big lead? How did we let up the second big lead with 3 minutes left?
Well,
and then obviously from the Nebraska perspective of how do you not get the free throw? And then you're up it for the last 90 seconds. Essentially, Nebraska had the lead in overtime.
Honestly, Purdue mismanaged some parts of that game.
They absolutely did.
If you go back, and mostly it's in the second, because in the first comeback, you're still 10 minutes left in the game, so you're still going to run your offense. You're still going to do your stuff. But then it gets inside of 3-4 minutes, and there were a couple of times where they would get an offensive rebound, get a fresh 20 on the shot clock, and within 5 seconds, someone's jacking up another 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, whoa, hold on. You just got a free possession here. Burn some more clock. What are you doing? And so that certainly helped open the door a bit. But, as far as, and we'll talk about this a little bit more when DeCourcey is on, but, the Big Ten race is what it is. Now Michigan is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Illinois goes down last night to suddenly a very hot Wisconsin Badgers team.
But as far as what this means for Nebraska, and I know it's 3 losses in 4 games, which, anytime you look at, if you look at that on its face, you're like, oh, well, okay, this team has lost all its momentum. But I don't sense that. I don't feel that right now because, the Michigan game was the Michigan game. You also played it shorthanded. You were also a bit shorthanded against Illinois, even though you lost that one at home. And, last night was the first time, Nebraska doesn't have an excuse of, well, this guy didn't play or this guy was sick. But yet at the same time, by having what happened, and then to yet still be able to come back, make it tight, make it close. I think last night can just be chalked up to it's another night in a really competitive conference where your top, there's not a lot of separation. As we found out last night, there's not Wisconsin is not in the league regular season championship race,
but they're really
they go
good
on the road and they beat the hottest team.
Yep.
Indiana's lurking out there. The top, 7 or 8 teams in the Big Ten. Certainly, there's a group at the very top that looks elite, and then the next group is a step down. But on any given night, those teams can beat the elite teams. And we're also getting into the grind of the season where things are starting to wear on you a little bit, a little more familiarity, a little bit better scouting, all of this different stuff. So I don't look at last night as being this, maybe in terms of, if Nebraska wins last night, then what I had said last week about them winning the conference championship,
very much in
that
play.
is totally in play.
Yeah, for sure.
Totally
because everyone
in
keeps
play.
beating each other up.
Probably not as much in play now, though I would not still say Nebraska's totally out of it, given what Michigan has left.
Totally
to
out?
finish.
No. Will they? I don't think so.
Probably not. But in terms of, watching the game last night to show the ability to come back like they did, to play as they did, even though for the first, I'll say 30 minutes, it was one of their worst games of the year.
Yeah. Oh, God, John, they have not played this bad against a team anywhere near this level.
It's not bad.
A single time this season.
It's not that bad. Alex says we're the 16-20.
Look at that,
Nebraska
John.
ball.
Classic
Excuse-making
Nebraska ball honk, John Bishop. I saw it from those people on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and now you're doing it again. He won't stop defending Nebraska basketball.
Not defending it, just giving you my thoughts.
Take off your Homer hat, John, and put on
giving
your
you my thoughts.
unbiased hat next
Just
time.
giving you my thoughts.
Can you believe he's saying all of this while wearing a Creighton Blue Jays quarter zip?
Wow,
jacket.
It's not a quarter ship. It's a
full 100 zip.
It's a 100. It's a
100
emoji zip. Yeah.
All right, Steve Sipple's going to join us next, and boy, he was right about it. He said Bill Moose's book was going to stir some things. It stirred some things.
Yeah, it did.
On 1620.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Sip, how you doing today, my friend?
Whoa, John.
Steve. Steve, I am. I'm in Chicago.
Oh, geez. Okay, what's going on there?
Creighton plays a basketball game tonight.
Creighton at DePaul.
Creighton DePaul, Mark Aguirre.
Mark Aguirre, yes.
Wow, excellent
Rod Strickland,
reference.
Yes. George Mikan, yes.
George Mikan played at DePaul?
Yes, he did.
Wow, the first great NBA player.
That's correct.
Ray Meyer, the great Ray Meyer. That's when I was interested in DePaul. They're not too bad, are they?
They're better
They're
this year.
way better this year than they've been over the last few years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which isn't saying much. It's been kind of a very low bar for them to clear.
All right, guys. It's good to be with you. Thanks for your patience. It's an odd time to come on your show. It's my fault. I was in a legitimate work situation yesterday. I was legit. So sorry about that.
When you're the lead PR guy for Bill Moose's new book, you know, busy.
Wow.
Well, now I say that jokingly, of course, Sip, but you've been the one guy out there, you know, saying that this is going to be happening because you're the one guy that's been still in contact with Bill, and you said there's going to be stuff in here that's going to, you know, make some headlines, and you weren't wrong.
No, I mean, I knew, yeah. You guys have done a good job covering it. I appreciate Josh's excerpts. No, I knew it would cause a stir. Some of it I didn't, you know what, there's some parts of it that he didn't make me privy to in the last couple of years. Like, I wasn't privy to the Betty Ford situation that he had to go to Betty. They made him go to Betty administration, made him go to Betty Ford Clinic. I wasn't privy to that. I did not know until this book that contract extension given to Frost in 2009 was ramrodded through by Ronnie Green without Bill's knowledge. I had no idea about that.
And then it happened in September? Is that what he said after the Ohio State game or right before the Ohio State game?
That's what he said. I think Bill's wrong on that. I don't think it happened then. I think it didn't happen until closer to the Wisconsin game. But the fact remains that I don't want to get lost in all that because it doesn't matter as much as the fact he didn't know about it. He wasn't privy. And that's odd. All of that is very odd. And it's, you know, the biggest takeaway for me is just the amount of meddling done by, you know, we're talking about Ronnie Green, the chancellor, and the president, Hank Bounds, and then even the regent, Pillen. You know, there's two sides. I've heard from a lot of people subsequent of all this, and you hear two sides to it that maybe there's some thought that they needed to, but I don't know. I'm not convinced of it. I just think there was too much meddling. That's whatever. I mean, it's water under the bridge.
What the Dana Altman stuff was, I think, like 2 days later since we got it, that's the thing that I think is sticking with me the most. I mean, you just brought up a lot of good stuff in there as well. Mm-hmm. I'm like endlessly interested in why, like what the read on the situation from Pillen. And like, if anybody is wondering That's just probably Bill over-exaggerating. I don't know. I mean, Team Pillin putting out on Twitter what they did yesterday certainly tells me that there is more truth than fiction there. Do you have any idea, like, what are we missing with them not wanting to even kick the tires on Dana Altman?
Well, there is stuff missing there. Now, here's the thing. The one thing I'm going to say about Moose, his appearance today on the radio here in Lincoln was great, and his book and the facts. This is real stuff. He didn't make this stuff up. I've talked to enough people. There's some of it that's a little off, I think. I think the Altman part is really interesting, but it's nuanced, Josh. I hope you can follow me.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that thinks Bill was using that. It was using Altman and the possibility of hiring Altman, or at least making it seem like there's a possibility to test how much power he had. I do believe it was real. I know it was, because I was back in that era. There was a time I was talking to somebody and I said, hey, I don't think I can do anything because I think Nebraska's getting ready to hire Altman. And I need to, one of my friends reminded me of that this week. He goes, you were telling me about that. And you said that Baz, the beat writer, was unavailable. And I got to kind of be around because I think they might be hiring Altman. So I had forgotten about that. But, okay, so bear with me.
Yeah.
I think that Hoiberg was basically if not hired, close to it at that time. I still believe that it might have been Moose testing how much power he had. I don't know, though. I mean, it's hard to say. He doesn't write it that way in any way. That's just I just know that Hoiberg was close. Like, if you remember back then, I was saying way out, they're going to hire Hoiberg. I was like a month. I was talking about it for a month. And I guess during that period, Altman's name cropped up, and there was some validity to it. But it illustrated, the bottom line is it once again illustrated a high level of, I call it meddling. Maybe that's a little strong. I think the whole theme of these conversations is that, though, and that how Moose, they didn't really let him lead. I mean, and it illustrates that, I don't know, it was a fairly bizarre period.
It was, Sip, and it's bizarre to me that anyone would have any objection, to Dana at that point. And you got to put yourself in 2018, 2019, not 2025, 2026. 2018, 2019, Dana Altman's one of the top 5 basketball coaches in the country, or top 10, right? His record is impeccable. He's at a great program and yet he is from here. And you already knew the priors. You knew that Altman had been interested in that job going back many, many years. But for a variety of different reasons, was never approached. But then for someone to say, oh no, Nebraskans aren't going to accept him, I just is baffling to me. Anyone that could have that read on the situation does not have a good pulse, does not have a good firm grasp on the pulse of what was going on, because people would have gone nuts in excitement if Dana Altman would have come to Nebraska.
So there's that, and then there's just that. No, then just the whole picture of the chancellor and the regent pulling the AD into a room and saying you can't hire this person,
right?
And then the AD, the very savvy AD. But you can say everybody has their opinions on Moose. He's pretty polarizing. But the one thing that I would say about Moose is he's extremely savvy politically. Grew up, his dad was a politician, and Moose, he knows he can make his way through a political situation very well. And at Nebraska, you better be able to do that. By the way, that athletic department over the years has been, you better be politically savvy. I hate to say it. It's true, though. And that's a lot. I
was going to say, it's probably like that at every job, though, right?
You know what? Yes and no. No, I don't, Josh, I don't want to sign off on that. I've talked to enough administrators over the years. No, it's not like that everywhere. I don't want to make that assumption. There's a lot of places where you don't have to look over your shoulder all the time, and that you can voice your opinion and not have to worry about it. Unfortunately, my read is Nebraska for much of the last 20, 25 years has not been that place.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot. Come on, I'm not saying anything unique. We've talked about it ad nauseum. And this is sort of shining light on more of it, probably the most recent of it.
Yeah. So what are we to make? I guess, Sip, I've been trying to figure out the last 2 days, what are we to do with all of this information? Because as John and I went through on Monday, really nobody from this era is involved. I mean, Pillen's the governor, so he certainly, is here. But in terms of everybody else, they're all gone, right? Moose is gone. Ronnie Green is gone. Ted Carter is gone. And so there is this question of, wow, were things even more dysfunctional than we realized? But what does that mean for today? And what does it mean for tomorrow?
Well, you got to learn from it. I hope they've learned from it. I don't like someone suggested to me now, well, there's solidarity now. I don't know. I thought there was solidarity then. I'm not.
I know. I was going to say the same thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we thought we'd gotten rid of the divisive thing before when DeCourcey was gone and everyone was more aligned.
No, it was. Yeah, no, it was worse probably. And there's a couple of things that come to mind. I think it's positive in some ways. I mean, I think shining the light on that stuff, because you can learn from it. You really can. And I think that's valuable. I think it's also, now this is a separate thought, but the thing that you have to drive home is, so 2018, when they were pushing him to the Betty Ford clinic, and now people are probably saying it wasn't a good hire. Yeah, okay, maybe I'm not saying it wasn't a good hire, but there's people saying it then, there are people saying it now. And I would say to them, well, wait a second. Hank Bounds made the hire.
Yes.
I mean, he should, there's culpability there. And if they turned on Moose immediately, I don't like the look of that. They hired him. I mean, so didn't you vet him?
Mm-hmm.
Was he not thoroughly vetted? Do you think all these issues, these alleged things that you hear about Moose just cropped up at Nebraska? I mean, he was an AD at Montana, at Oregon, at Washington State, and had a level of success, obviously, because he was able to keep getting jobs. And so all of a sudden, did Moose come to Nebraska and go bad? See, you get different opinions on that. That's the most interesting thing I've found the last 2 days. I've had guys that worked in that department that firmly back him and say he was a great leader. Then there's guys that say, no, he's absent a lot. He couldn't reach him, etc. Sometimes you don't know who to believe. I would say this, though. My experience with Moose was 100% positive. I never had trouble getting a hold of Moose. When we set up an interview, he was ready to go. If I had to call him impromptu, he'd answer the phone. He was. So I always have sort of a hard time believing all of the negative I hear of him. And I 100% believe what he said, because he's told me that, not stuff in the book. I didn't know the stuff in the book while I was working with him, but for the last 2 years, as I've detailed on your show at times, he was telling me that stuff. So nothing that he really wrote surprised me except for those two things I identified.
Sip, did the anecdote about talking with Bob Bowlesby and trying to get back into the Big 12, did that lessen your estimation of his decision-making ability? Because that would have been one of the wackiest, most backwards moves this program could have ever made. It would
have been an emotional decision.
Yes, an emotional decision.
Not a financial one.
History tells us that. I mean, it wasn't Oklahoma and Texas still in that league. And I remember the murmurs at that time. It was COVID. And I think there was an afternoon where I was almost convinced I need to write about it. I'd heard enough, but I did not know at the time that he had met with Bob Bowlesby in Dallas. I didn't know it. That Ted Carter had signed, the president at the time had signed off on him looking into it. I did not know that stuff. I knew it from the level of Frost mentioned it to me one time that the Big 12, they might be in play, and I never could find anything on it. But there was an afternoon I remember where I thought, oh God, I think I'm going to be writing about this, but I couldn't get enough on it. Now, and I don't quite look at it like you, because I think you got to go back into that period. I think it's unfair to just say it's a stupid thing. It would be now. I mean, hindsight tells us it is, but at that very moment.
I mean, 6 months later, Texas and Oklahoma were gone, or at least announced it.
Were they gone?
Yeah, it was 2021 when we learned that they were leaving for the SEC.
Summer of 21.
And I would say it tugged my emotions. I don't like the Big Ten. I don't mind saying that. I don't. I love the Big 12. And so it didn't. Now I would tell you, I knew that there would be issues, and it would not be. Come on. I guess what I'm telling you is I didn't take it very seriously, because what was nagging at me was they can't possibly do this. They can't leave the Big Ten. So maybe that's why I didn't take it seriously.
Sip, going back to the first time you ever wrote about this, or that we talked about it with you on the show, I think you often mentioned, and he's going to write about the meeting in Philadelphia with Frost. And, that's, And so when we got the book, when we bought the book the other day, the first thing I did was I opened it up. I did Control F. I searched Frost because I wanted to read about that meeting. I wonder how you view that, because I think there is certainly a lot of people who are saying, wow, he is saying all of these things because he wants to show himself on the right side of history of like, look, I recognize something in Scott Frost that nobody else did, and I saw it literally before we even hired him. Shout out to me. On the other hand, I view that as almost a bit of a self-own, where he admits, like, I had my questions about his hiring and I still did it. And I understand why, right? He writes about it. There's this pressure of he had to do it. But do you view it that way as well? It's like, yeah, congrats that you acknowledge that and you notice something in him. He shows up disheveled and all these things. You still hired him, though. And so I don't think that I guess I don't have a grander view of him than maybe he wanted people to have writing those words.
I look at it a little differently, Josh. I don't look at that as self-serving. I just think it was a revealing anecdote, and he didn't have a choice on who to hire. We all know that. I don't see. So that's where I disagree with you a little bit. When you say you hired him, well, yeah, who else was he going? I mean, come on. There's nobody else he could have hired he would have got fired if he would have hired somebody else. There's one guy to hire. So I just thought it was revealing. I thought it was incredibly revealing. And that was his impression. And then on our show today, he was very fair-minded about it. He said this morning, Bill, that I believe that Frost should, he should be the Nebraska football coach, but not at that time. He wasn't ready. I think that's a very fair way to look at it. In fact, that echoes what Trev had said. In a sort of off the record sense, that there was an immaturity with Frost that manifested itself during that period. And he just maybe wasn't ready. Guys mature at different levels and at different times, and Frost probably wasn't ready for the job. But it wasn't like you, me, anybody in the media was saying, I don't know if Frost is ready. Nobody was saying that.
The only people saying that to me were behind the scenes, and they were former teammates of his.
Correct.
And they they didn't want to say it publicly.
And they just didn't. It was more.
They didn't want to deal with the backlash to it.
Right, and it kind of felt personal in that point.
Yes,
versus actually knowing whether or not he was mature enough. And how interesting it is, Sip. Go back 15 years prior. Bo Pelini was a candidate when Frank got fired, but almost immediately Steve Peterson eliminated him because he wasn't mature enough.
Well,
and we all saw how that went, right? I mean, so you're damned if you do. Sometimes you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, I just thought. I didn't think of it as Moose being self-serving. I just thought it was shining a light on something. And I don't think it was him saying, see, I was right. I just think it was interesting. And he felt it was interesting, and he described it very well, that's the other thing about Moose, is he is very descriptive in his writing. It's pretty provocative. And that's probably why we're talking about it. He details stuff very well, and it's interesting.
Sip, if we were to categorize that era of Nebraska athletics, and the meddling and the obstructionism, the ego that was in administration, and how things, if we were to grade that as, okay, that's a 10, just assuming that what Bill Moose is telling us, what we kind of all believe and know, if that is considered a 10, what would today be? Less than 10, right? Definitely less than 10, right?
Pause for a very simple reason. The one thing we don't acknowledge enough in these conversations is COVID. You throw that COVID wrench into all this, and it was weird. And trust me when I tell you, I covered it. I covered it daily. It was as weird as you could ever imagine. And if I ever wrote a book, I think you guys would be startled by the things I told you about what was going on during COVID.
Yeah.
In that program. It was, so I think with Frost, and I'm glad Bill's mentioned that on radio, mentioned it today. He got hit with that COVID period. And it was odd and challenging and unprecedented. And then, his dad died. That was not, that was all in that period. It was an exceptionally challenging period. I mean, there was a time where I thought, wow, Frost. Like Nebraska was sort of on the cutting edge early. They're going to practice. They're going to get a jump on everybody. They were doing extraordinary work with their testing, with the med center. And they were working with the med center, and it was very high end. And there was a lot of energy behind the scenes. A lot of energy, a lot of positive energy. Like, look, this is what we're doing this, and we're going to have an edge on everybody. And then it just didn't work. It got too weird. And, but I don't know. COVID makes that impossible for me to answer. I don't know.
Yeah,
Here, I'll just look quick devil's advocate. Moose thought he was going to get fired going into the third game of the season in 2018, and it was all about something else entirely, and he had to go to a clinic. So, I get what you're saying because COVID was wild, but they had a lot of drama behind the scenes well before 2020.
That's true. He came out of that though, Josh. He came out of that early, those early issues.
Did he ever escape it?
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like it. Reading that chapter, I mean, he talks about they got a PI on me or whatever it was. He didn't seem to feel that way.
Probably didn't. No, I'd say never fully came out of it.
Yeah.
Again, though, I'm telling you, a lot of these. It kind of depends who you talk to when you talk about Moose. I told you what I thought, but you can find people that would take you on pretty hard, take me on pretty hard. I found him today, but my personal dealings with him, there was never once an issue. And in fact, I was always sort of amazed by what he would tell me and how much, I don't know, he seemed extraordinarily competent to me. But there was times where there's pretty compelling cases where he fell short in some areas.
Well, as I've said many times, we've never really gotten many great tell-alls about what has been just an incredible last 20 years of Nebraska athletics. Here is one person who has decided to speak up, and you're going to get his side of the story, but it definitely sheds a light on something that a lot of people thought might have been true or hoped hadn't been true. And again, it's one person's point of view. You got to have others as well. But it's different in that this is kind of the first. We never got the Steve Peterson book, never got the Bill Callahan book, we never got the Bo Pelini, we never got any of that. Bo's podcast with the Bussin' with the Boys is about as close as we've gotten to being inside the weirdness of the last 20 years.
Right. You'll notice there's something that I noticed in this with Moose. He's very confident in saying all this stuff. He doesn't hedge. If you listen to that interview today on our show in Lincoln, he's full of confidence. And it tells me that he feels good about the truth. And I don't think you'll hear from Hank Bounds. I mean, Hank Bounds hired him. I guarantee you won't hear from Ronnie Green.
Yeah, they're both gone. They're out of education altogether.
Yeah, I don't know how Pillen would handle it.
Well, we saw him.
He's got a lot on right now. I just don't know if he wants to delve into this part. But and what Moose said about Pillen isn't particularly damning, I don't think.
The basketball team's having their best year ever, so it's going to be hard to find too many.
It's only damning from the standpoint of not understanding how folks would react to one of the best basketball coaches in the country being
correct.
It's not that big of it. It's not a great look for Nebraska. I don't think that they have those guys running the athletic department when you have an AD. But that's kind of the theme of it for me. The theme of the whole conversation.
Sip, we appreciate it. Thanks for being on top of this. And I know you had nothing to do with writing it, but I know this is something you've been waiting for a while, and it was interesting to get your perspective on all of it.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate what you've written and said. It's interesting to hear what you say about it too. So I appreciate the back and forth.
Thank you, Sip.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. All right, we'll be back. Trying to figure out why I'm in the dark.
Well, it's good. You got to wave your arms around. It's on a timer right now. It doesn't think that anybody or stand up. Do jumping jacks.
See,
or
I'm
something.
here. See, I'm
flailing arm, flailing two-man.
I'm waving. I'm here. Anyway, we'll be back. Some more thoughts on this on the other side.
I got a couple things.
And we will continue here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. But first, that Underdog app. It's so much fun to play Underdog because with Underdog, you can go in, you can find your favorite event, and then you find some of your favorite, maybe even least favorite players, and pick whether or not they go higher or lower on a variety of different stats. And because we are in the middle of professional basketball, we got a lot of NBA games to choose from, a lot of great NBA stars. You can go higher or lower on points, rebounds, assists. There's a variety of different categories, and you can win a lot of money. You can win over 5,000 times your money by playing on Underdog, and you can download and play the Underdog app right here in Nebraska.
Gosh, that feels so good, John. As you mentioned, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can do so in Nebraska. Just download the app, put in our promo code 1620 The Zone. You can score $75 of bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. John, we got a text from the 402 that writes, Happy New Year to the Steve Sipple interview. That was his best one ever. I could have listened to that for the rest of the show.
Oh. Well, and I didn't even get a chance to get to some of the other stuff I wanted to, like Scott Frost reaching out to Sip to gauge whether or not it would be a good idea to cancel the Oklahoma series, and then to ask Sip to
cover for him
and basically say, hey, would you back me on this? Which is rather interesting. And I guess if there's one thing I can take away from at least some of this, is a lot of our instincts in the moment during this era on a variety of different issues ended up being pretty accurate. Where, because I don't say that because I want to say, and we were right.
Told you Grum so, nailed blah, blah, it again, blah. Folks.
I don't want it to come off that way. But when you're in this business and you're asked sometimes to opine, to comment, to give your thoughts on certain things, you're never going to be able to go into it with 100% information. You're not going to be able to get every point from every side to get the most quote unquote informed opinion in the world. So what you end up relying on when you see things, hear things, see things reported, is you have your own read on it, and then you kind of just go off your own instincts. And your instincts obviously can come from your history, how people have behaved in the past, a lot of different, it can come from a lot of different avenues. And our instincts in the moment when it came to the Oklahoma thing ended up being exactly correct. And it was, and it should have thrown up more red flags than it did about where that particular program was going and where that particular head coach was going, because it all spoke to in over their heads, not ready for the big time.
Yep.
Not understanding, how things would be perceived, running away from a fight, all of those different things. And again, I don't want to turn this into a bash Scott Frost Fest, because we've had plenty of time to do that over the last few years.
I can handle it if you'd like.
I still do it.
But again, I mean, it was there, it was clear, it was in front of our face. That this
wasn't going to work.
It was not going to work.
And that's why, I pushed back at the end. COVID. Yes, COVID causes problems, but I have maintained now, as we get 6 years removed from that terrible year and what happened in 2020. Strong foundations were able to get through that without, everything collapsing around them. Just to self-serve a little bit, our show, we had some knockdown dragouts that year, right? Like, it was a tough year, but we had built a strong relationship. How many times did you hear about people breaking up or getting divorced during COVID? If you didn't have that rock that you had, that foundation that you had created, it was going to cause problems. And as Moose writes in this, he thought after the Troy game in Scott Frost's first year, game number 2, he got called to the office. He thought he was going to get fired, which, first of all, is ridiculous. You're not going to get fired because the coach that you hired, that everyone forced you to hire, got off to a 0-2 start. But that's what he writes about all these years later. They were having problems in 2002. All of the stuff that came to a head in January of 2019, apparently that was all the way back in September as it's unfolding. There were a lot of problems inside of that organization and inside of that athletic department. That's why I love the question that you asked at the very end. I love that question that you asked. If that was a 10, where are they at right now? Because at least today, we have not heard anything about dysfunction. There are not any stories that people are holding onto right now behind the scenes. It has certainly not gotten off to the start that anybody thought it would. I don't think that it is because of that level of dysfunction. I mean, sadly, and maybe this is more frustrating, today's struggles are because they just don't seem to be good enough. But it doesn't seem to be because it's immature or the head coach isn't ready or any of the other reasons that we could have talked about back in 2018 or in 2019 or in 2020. You're right, though. mean, we were looking at stuff with a side eye, and maybe we should have had an even cider eye, given how strange and terrible things seem to be inside of that organization.
I still see this out there in the ether. Because a lot of people who have felt that the administration has been meddling too much, that there's too many cooks in the kitchen, that there's too many egos around. I mean, again, not a lot that came out in Bill Moose's book was surprising from just a big picture view. It's just getting the granular details. That's the most interesting thing. But there is still this very prevalent and pervasive opinion out there that the reason why the meddling has gone on so long and through a lot of different people. I mean, we're talking about, there's been several different university presidents. There's been several different university chancellors. There's been different athletic directors over the last 20 to 25 years. But this notion that's still out there that the real puppet master, the guy who's actually pulling the strings, is that crazy old man from Hastings who used to coach.
And hey, he did come up in the book.
And that he's the puppet master, and that's the reason this is all happening, which again is the most mind-bogglingly dumb. I mean, I get it. Conspiracies happen in the void of actual facts or things that you can believe or want to believe. What fills the void is conspiracy and theory and conjecture and all of it. And there are still people that still can't come to grips today. Is how can Nebraska be this bad for this long? Well, it's got to be somebody's fault. There's the boogeyman. Yeah, the same boogeyman that put you in the Big Ten Conference and has kept you relevant. So so the folks who still want to promulgate the notion that Osborne somehow is still pulling the strings around here, please put that tinfoil hat away. It is not true at all. People can just be egotistical and silly and stupid on their own. They don't need other people telling them to do that for them.
Well, I don't think that we read this the other day, and I'm trying to find the page that it was on. There was a moment in the Nebraska chapter where Osborne's name was used as a reason that the program would not have alcohol. And like the quote essentially was,
sure,
while he is still, here it is. I learned of this when Hank reamed my ass for considering a modest increase for football tickets without the board discussing it, or after mentioning in the media that there was a national trend for universities to provide alcohol in sports venues. Ronnie sent me a memo bluntly stating there will be no more discussion on this topic while T.O. is alive, referring, of course, to Tom Osborne. So, I mean, he kind of brings them up in that regard inside of the book.
Well, he brings them up in that regard, but that's probably Ronnie Green speaking, as a lot of people have. I mean, that was a common theory around here forever. Well,
sure.
They'll never. Last time I checked, Tom Osborne still above
alive.
Ground,
yep.
And they have alcohol in the stadium. In fact, it's getting thrown on the floor at PBA last night.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think honestly, some of that stuff has always been used as cover so that they don't have to make the tough decision, right? I don't have to make an unpopular decision of bringing in alcohol. Mm-hmm. I can just use, it's T.O.'s life. He's not going to allow it, and just move on.
Mm-hmm.
They could have proceeded with this much sooner than they did, but that's neither here nor there. The other part of a lot of this that is still very fascinating to me, and it goes back to something I've said many, many times on this show. It is incredible to me in this business of college sports, big business of college sports, that people still make decisions on emotion and are short-sighted and don't see the bigger picture.
Is this going back to the Big 12 stuff?
Absolutely.
It's wild. And that's where certainly we're going to disagree with Sipple. It is indefensible to think that it was a smart move.
Listen, I get it. We were all frustrated during COVID.
And that's the thing. We were all emotionally frustrated.
But
that's the difference between being a fan and a media member pining for the old days and being someone who has to think about the bigger picture.
Exactly. Yes, in the time that Moose was doing all this, were Oklahoma and Texas still in the Big 12?
Yeah, but barely.
Yes, but everybody who was paying attention saw where everything was trending.
Yeah, it just happened
and
a little
it has led
faster
to the
than I
point
think
that
we thought it would, right?
It's just led us to the point that we're at today.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had actually carried through on that. Imagine for a moment that Bill Moose and this idea of going back to the Big 12 would have actually happened.
Oh, my gosh.
And then a few weeks or a few months later, Texas and Oklahoma say, see ya.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk about it, John, an own goal of epic proportions is what that would have been.
Exactly. And again, a lot of decisions in college athletics are made just looking at a very narrow viewpoint instead of pulling back and saying, what is best for everything? What is best for our long-term success? What is best for our long-term stability? and to just go, oh, well, these guys didn't want to play football. Well, we got to get out of this league. Sure, there were a lot of things that happened, but the Big Ten even found out. The rest of the world didn't want to go with them. So guess what the Big Ten did? Just like everybody else. Oh, we're playing again.
Yeah.
You
Again,
know?
it would have been so short-sighted because you just would have allowed the frustration of that moment in time.
Yes.
To affect, I mean, there's that. Nick, you know the story of Jacob and Esau, right? In the Bible?
Yeah.
You know what happened with Jacob and Esau where, I always forget which one did it. I think it was Esau, gave up his birthright for a bowl of soup. That's what Nebraska football would have been doing. They would have been giving up and it's not even their birthright. They got adopted into the Big Ten, but they would have been giving up their future. They would have been giving up their dowry. They would have been giving up whatever term you want to use for that money that they will always have as long as they're a part of this because of frustration, because of spite, because of a moment in time. And now you look back on that was 6 years ago now. The season is so forgettable now. They would have done all of that for a year that Moose then writes about. Frost didn't want to play Rutgers. Frost didn't want to play the bowl game. It's like, wow, you would have wanted to do that because you wanted football so bad that you actually didn't even want to play games at the end of the season. Thank God that didn't happen. Because for all the warm and fuzzies that you would have gotten, well, guess what? Now Colorado is gone. And now Oklahoma, or I guess Colorado's back, but Oklahoma is gone and Texas is gone. Congrats, Nebraska. You're playing at West Virginia and Arizona State. You're old pals. Like, what are we talking about? That's the league that they could have ended up in. And they would have been much poorer. They would have not had a seat at the table for wherever college sports is going next. It's wild that was a realistic possibility, at least from the eyes of the athletic director at the time.
Yeah, I hope that, as we talked about there at the end with SIP, you hope that there are some lessons learned from it. Now, again, the people that are in charge and in power today have nothing to do with the people that were in charge and in power then. And how many of them are going to, take the time to, read what Bill Moose has to write or learn about those things or hear about the things that happened in the past. It just comes down to good leadership instincts. Good leaders know how to delegate.
Yep.
They know how to trust their instincts, to hire good people, and to let those good people do the job for which they were hired. And it's their job, the leader, their job to make sure that they are putting everything in place to make it as easy as possible for those folks to do their job. That's the structure of good leadership. It is a constant of all the things that change in our society, and these things change. That is one thing that is a constant. Good leaders know how to hire, they know how to identify good people, and then they know how to let those people do their jobs. And if that person ends up not being the right person for that job, then they go out and they hire another one. But the problem that existed then and the one constant that has happened through all of those years is there were so many people wanting to meddle, whether it was ego or whether it was concern for their own job or whatever the case may be. Or maybe they just, like Steve Peterson, I got to put my imprint on this because I want to make sure that people remember me like the one who built the program, right? Because they let their ego get in the way. The best leaders are the ones that have the littlest egos. And if that is one thing that this administration or any administration at any institution can take from this. Now, will they? I don't know. There's a lot of egos out there. A lot of people who want credit for the wins. They want credit for the W's.
Yep.
real interesting stuff. I was kind of skeptical because I thought, oh, are we really going to learn anything? But sometimes it's just hearing someone's perspective.
Yeah, who knows how much is true, but at the very least, I mean, the Dane Altman stuff was very, I mean, it seems like that there was a lot of truth there, and the Big 12 stuff, I mean, I don't imagine he's saying, I wanted to go there if that's not true. So at the very least, the athletic director wanted to move.
I would say this, I would quote Obi-Wan.
Oh.
What was Kenobi?
What I said was true from a certain point of view.
Nice. Excellent work.
And we got Bill Moose's a certain point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up next, we'll shift gears. We'll get back to basketball. Mike DeCourcey, BTN analyst, Sporting News, longtime Hall of Fame college basketball writer, will join us. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw last night and what he sees in the next 3 to 4 weeks, as we are about a month away from Selection Sunday.
Whoa.
And yeah, Nebraska's name's going to be called.
It will.
1620 The Zone. Welcome back here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. And don't forget, subscribe and like the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel. That's where you can see all of our shows. And when you hit that subscribe button, you get a little alert every time we go live on the air, because usually when we're live, our YouTube channel is live as well. And we are live right now with the longtime Hall of Fame college basketball writer for the Sporting News and BTN analyst Mike DeCourcey, who joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Mike, happy Wednesday to you. How you doing today?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
We're doing well.
Not bad. It was a good night of college basketball last night with a ton of upsets. We'll get to some of those, but obviously the game that interested most of the folks around our audience was that top 15 battle with Purdue surviving at Nebraska. I'm curious, you see the game differently than a lot of us do, because obviously we're here, boots on the ground. We have a favorite team in the hunt, but I'm curious, as you're watching Purdue dominate the first 25 or 30 minutes and then Nebraska make the run, how you kind of absorbed all of that, because it looked like for the longest time Nebraska didn't belong on the same floor with the Boilermakers.
Yeah, I be honest with you, I was surprised, especially with Rink Mast playing fairly well. That was the differentiator at the very end of the Michigan road game, and his ineffectiveness, and he was clearly impaired by whatever illness it was that had taken him out of the Michigan game when they played Illinois. He clearly still wasn't himself, the terrific player that he is. So I was surprised that with him available and playing reasonably well, that they fell behind as hard and as fast as they did. But I will confess, I didn't see that. I was in transit to the Duke Pitt game, so I didn't pick up the game until the Huskers made their comeback. And that's the Husker team I've been watching all year, that the team that dug themselves out of that horrendous hole. Now, I think that what ultimately made the difference in how they performed on the course of the night was that it's going to be hard for this team to beat the very best teams on a night when both Price Sanford and Braden Frager aren't great. I think they need them both to be productive to beat the very best teams. Teams like Michigan, teams like Purdue last night. When they played Michigan State, they got good play out of both of them. When they played, when they played at Illinois, they got good play out of both of them. When they blew out the Badgers the first time around, everybody was great. So I think that had an impact on how they played. Braden was just not quite there with his shot and struggled to make the impact that he has in a lot of games.
Mike, I wonder, it's funny, if you just jumbled up all of their games against Quad 1 or Quad 1 adjacent teams, and you're looking at, wins over teams like Illinois, Michigan State, a dominating performance against Wisconsin, and then what's happened in their last three. But if you just mixed them up and they were 3-3 and they had won one and lost one, I don't think everyone around here would be panic is too strong, but certainly a little worried. Does that, though, at all affect your view of them, that now as we've gotten deeper into the season that Nebraska has started to lose some of these games that until January 2nd they were always winning?
No, I because I know the team well enough to know that they played at Michigan without two of their top three scorers and nearly won the game.
Yeah.
So that's one of the losses. Illinois got them pretty good. And they didn't dominate them, but they got them pretty good. And certainly that was the one performance that you wouldn't feel great about. But my gosh, they played 23 games, 24 games. You're not going to be great every night. And they've been pretty close to that. So a bad game on the road at one of the best teams in the country doesn't bother me. And then last night, again, playing one of the best teams in the country. And yeah, they were not good for 20 minutes, but they bounced back and were elite for the next 20. And so I'm not worried about Nebraska at all in terms of their performance. Now, I mean, losing these games means you probably don't win the league with the way Michigan's going.
Mm-hmm.
Given the schedule the way it is now, you don't have a great opportunity to make a case for a 2 seed. You'd have to have others retreat behind you in order to get there, and that's hard when a lot of the contenders for that designation are playing one another. So somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, and the winner of those games probably gets the chance. Whereas for the Huskers, they still have to go to Iowa. They still have to go to the 2 SoCal schools, and then they have Iowa come back. Those are all excellent opponents, and they'll be quad 1 games. And so there's still the opportunity to do what you do well and perhaps improve what you have, but other teams will be playing higher profile games down the stretch. By the nature of college basketball scheduling, you schedule the glam teams, or the ones you think will be glam teams, for late February, early March games, because that's when football's over, no Super Bowl, nothing to get in the way, and that's when the TV audiences will turn more toward you. And I don't think it's any shame to admit that not many of us thought that Nebraska. I mean, we might have thought Nebraska would be a contender, but not this, not the extraordinary team they are.
How much of that do you credit, Mike, to the defensive side of it? Because, and I know the metrics look good, the numbers look good, but when you look at what Purdue, I mean, for Nebraska to stay in that game last night, they did it because they made Purdue shoot a lot of threes. I mean, they broke their school record by 10 3-point attempts last night. And a lot of that was because they just weren't going to let Purdue operate as much in the middle. Now, it cost them some offensive rebounds, but I'm curious what you think, Nebraska defensively. How much should we be giving this credit to this, whatever we want to call it, amazing season to defense?
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. When you look at Nebraska and you see what Rink can do, how skilled he is, and then you see Price and one of the best and most dynamic 3-point shooters in college basketball, his ability to get off shots and get them from deep and all that. And you got a great scorer like Jamarcus Lawrence playing off the ball, and a little bit of creativity from him as well. And then what Braden can provide when he's on his game is just a terrific 3-level scorer. And so the tendency is to think, man, what a great offensive team. And then you look at the numbers and it's like, wait a second. They're 38th in offense and 10th in defense. And as you said, that defensive effort last night, even though it wasn't a winning effort, in a lot of ways showed you why Nebraska is as successful as it is. They did similar things to Michigan. It really made it hard for Michigan to get going. And in a lot of ways, Michigan never really got going. They were able to get more points in the end because the Huskers offense without Rink and without Braden just ran out. If Price wasn't hitting deep shots, there just wasn't many options. You remember in that game, they ran a beautiful set to get an open 3-point shot for Berke Buchtengel. Berke shoots 23%. I mean, like, that's not what you would be doing if you had all your guys. You'd run that set, and that would be Braden taking that shot, and it would be so much more likely to go in, but that's what they were down to. So it just shows how great the defense has been. And I think, by the way, the 38 in offense is a product of the absence and the diminishment and all that affected both Braden and Rink over the last couple of weeks. They're better than the 38th best offense in the country.
Mike, what is their ceiling now in terms of a seed in the NCAA tournament? And how low does that floor go, just given that they have started, quote unquote, piling up losses over the course of the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, again, look, they don't play any of those teams the rest of the way.
Yep.
Purdue, Illinois, Michigan. And until they get to Chicago, will not play another team like that. Now, they will play very good teams. Iowa is excellent. And Iowa's only problem as a team is that they haven't been granted a lot of opportunities to show their excellence. And so they don't have a lot of accomplishment. But, man, if you go in against them and you think, they're an 8 seed or whatever no, man, you're in trouble. They're really good. And you're going to have to play. So there are tough games for the Huskers. But the Huskers' best game is better than the teams they'll play down the stretch. So they have to make sure that that game is as portable as it was going to Illinois, and to an extent as it was going to Michigan, even though they didn't win, when they visit the 2 SoCals. Those are both very fine teams and will be very hungry to get a high quad 1 win on their court, because they're both they're not really bubble. Well, UCLA is bubble. I don't think USC is, but neither one of them is secure. And we don't know where they'll be by then, but you get Nebraska in your gym, and that's a huge opportunity. And Purdue showed that they can get a game like that. UCLA showed they can get a game like that when Purdue came into their place. So the Huskers going to have to play great to hold on to where they are. I don't think that they're likely to fall lower than a 4. I think it's going to be hard to get to the 2. As I said, it's mostly going to involve them taking care of what they should take care of, which would probably entail at least a split with Iowa, at least a split with the SoCals, and then winning the other games that they're supposed to win, so to speak. And then who knows what happens when we get to Chicago.
Mike DeCourcey of the Sporting News and BTN joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. As soon as Nebraska's game wrapped up, you were able to switch over and watch the second half of the Illinois-Wisconsin game. And for the second time this year, Greg Gard takes a team into one of the top teams' cribs, comes back from a double-digit deficit in the second half and wins. How good is this Wisconsin team? They're not obviously good enough to win the league, but they sure have found a way here lately to be a major thorn in some team size as we get down the stretch.
Yeah, they're a better team than they've always shown. And part of that is because it took them so long to get John Blackwell and to get that guard combo right. They weren't quite together in sync. Nick Boyd, when he came in from San Diego State, they played him against John for most of their off-season workouts. And that amped up every workout they had. The competitiveness between those two players made every one of their workouts better, but also didn't create the formula for them to work together. And it went through a lot of the pre-conference. I mean, they went all through preseason as a backcourt in terms of practice, but when they got into the games, it just wasn't quite clicking. And there was a feeling like, because they both need the ball to be at their best, it became sort of a my turn, your turn kind of thing. And that wasn't working. And what they had to get to was not my turn, your turn, but my turn because this is what the defense is doing and it plays into what I do. And your turn when they switch that, because I've torched them for 5 layups, and then you hit them because they're worried about me. And that's what they needed to get to. And that's where they are now. And that's why they've become a much more successful team than they were over the course of the first 2 months of the season.
Mike, do you like the ceiling more of Illinois or Michigan?
I got to go with Michigan at this point because we're seeing Trey McKinney, with the amount of experience they have in their lineup, and do you bench Namari Burnett? I mean, he's just everything you want in a glue player. And plus, when you're having Yaxel Lendeborg make a significant position change from a power forward who can stretch other bigs to basically a third guard or small forward, however you want to classify it, who's going to face a lot of small guards, and you can use that for something if you get into a post-up situation. But you got a Daimara in there and Maurice Johnson, so there's not a lot of room for you to do that. So he's got to exist on the perimeter and figure out a way to score. So they go with Namari, and that's the right way to go. But what they're getting off the bench now from McKinney is an elite freshman. He's as talented as a lot of the guys who are getting bigger numbers, who are getting more minutes and all that. They just aren't on teams like this that are so loaded and deep. And I think that you look at the front court, it's just fantastic. As I mentioned before, the backcourt with the McKinney coming in for Burnett, and off the bench you have Roddy Gale, what he's able to provide. I love LJ Kaysen. And then the one question that I'd had coming into the year about them as a team was Elliot Cadeau a championship point guard? And he's played like it. He's getting assists. He's not turning the ball over much. He makes big shots. I don't know if he's what people projected him to be when he came out of high school, but you can win it with him. And so right now, I think they're the team that I like the most. But there's a lot to recommend about Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
They just got to get healthy.
Mike, this question gets asked every year at this time of year. Is this finally year the Big Ten breaks through and wins it all? I mean, you look at the landscape of college basketball, and you look at, I would identify the top 5 in the Big Ten. I know we just got done talking about Wisconsin, but those top 5 teams, certainly you don't have to squint very hard to see them raising a trophy at the end of the season. Maybe Nebraska fans would be like squinting really hard because they'd be shocked. But in all seriousness, I mean, is this it? Is this like, it feels like the most opportune moment for the Big Ten to end the 25-year championship-less streak?
Well, the most opportune moment was when Trey Burke chased down Louisville guard Peyton Siva on the break. And blocked the shot and got called. There you got called for a foul. So now it's not the most opportune moment anymore. But that was the moment. That's when they should have got one, and they didn't end up getting that one. But look, they have a great chance. I think there are 3 to 4 legitimate title contenders there, and Michigan is as strong a contender as anybody. But the Big 12, you look there. I mean, Houston can win it. Arizona, Kansas, if Darren Peterson starts to play every game and every available minute within reason. Everybody needs a break. And they've just got so many terrific teams that could do it as well. And Florida is not out of the question, and UConn is still in the picture. So I think they have a nice shot, but it's hard to do. And there are other teams that, like, if you ask me right now, who's my pick? I mean, I think, like, which conference that I'd want to bet on. I mean, I don't bet, but if I did, which conference, I would want the teams at the top of the Big 12 first. That would be my first choice, because I get a ton of pros in that group, and there are some excellent college players and several first rounders. Keaton Wagler, Yexel, those guys are all going to be first rounders. But some of the top teams in the Big Ten come without that obvious asset, and nobody's won it since '87 without that player, without at least one of those players. So a guy who would be selected in the first round.
Make sure you check out Mike's bracket analysis each week. He does his own bracketology, and of course, his analysis on BTN, his columns on the Sporting News. Mike, we always appreciate the time. We're a month away from the end of those conference tournaments and Selection Sunday. It's time for basketball to shine, and it looks like it's on a good track here as we head towards March.
Oh, it's been a great year, and it's been really cool to watch what's happened with the Huskers, and I hope it keeps up, because they're a fun group to watch play.
They certainly are.
Thank you, Mike.
DeCourcey.
Thanks,
Mike
guys.
DeCourcey of the Sporting News joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Dude, that Peterson stuff is so weird. Like, we haven't really talked about Kansas much. Look, I'm going to say a name that I know you despise and a name you probably don't like either, but I was listening to Bill Simmons and Nick Wright this morning when I was on my run, and Nick Wright brought up something very interesting, and that is that kids play sports and they emulate the stars, right, in the professional ranks. And like, he brought up, go to a little kid's basketball game and a kid makes it. First of all they do is shoot threes. And then what do they do when they make them? They do the three goggles, right, that we see. And he wondered aloud if Darren Peterson is the first basketball player that is emulating NBA stars in terms of, I'm not always playing, I'm taking a lot of time off, I'm sitting in games. And I thought, wow. Now, look, I don't know what's going on down there. It certainly seems really weird and really strange, and it doesn't seem like a lot of people have answers other than money is probably involved, an agent is probably involved. But it just made me wonder, is this the first of what we are now going to see in the college ranks, where this will probably happen more than we would like to see moving forward? I hope that it comes back to bite them, because I don't want there to be something like this to emulate, but I just thought it was an interesting idea. And of course, this is a bit funny, coming not even 48 hours off of the best win a team has this year, and that is the win over Arizona that they had without him on Monday night at the Fog. But I just thought it was a really interesting point about kids or younger people looking up to the stars and how those things can kind of drip down, the good stuff, but also the bad stuff.
I think it's probably too early to tell, if that's what's happening. I think it just boils down to simply that we have entered an era now where the athletes have gone from very little negotiating power to having all the
To all of it,
negotiating
yeah,
power.
for sure.
And I think what this will help do is change the one and done rule, because that you're seeing it from a guy who is a freshman. He's coming in. He obviously knows that next year he's going to be wearing a pro uniform somewhere, but he's got to play that year, right? And might as well earn some money while we're at it, earn some big money, but also looking a very cautious eye towards the future and saying, okay, I'm not going to overextend myself here because I already know my stock is my stock. But I can't sit out. I can't just not play at all, period. So maybe what this will help end is the one and done rule, honestly. Now, that doesn't solve the general issue of no rules, no guardrails in college sports, and why this market's allowed to exist in the first place. But I think where you're going to see cases like this is more with those 5-star freshmen who in any other world would have been a lottery pick coming out of high school. But because they can't just jump straight from high school to the pros
because of the rules, yeah.
Because of the NBA's rule, that's probably what's going to happen. But sure, there's going to be others as well, and we're getting to that point in the season now, right? Where you start to watch across college basketball. We're into that last month where you pretty much know whether you're going to be in the tournament conversation or not. Very rarely does a team who is well outside the tournament conversation enter the tournament conversation as an at-large, knowing, of course, there's conference tournaments. Very rarely you're going to see that kind of a run over the last 3.5 weeks of a season. So now you're getting to that point where there might be some really good players on these types of teams who are already looking towards next year and saying, well, I need to be ready for next year because I want to improve my situation. I want to improve the bottom line, but I also want to improve where I play. And it might be interesting to watch across the landscape of college basketball how many of the really good players on some of those not good enough yet for tournament teams start to shut it down.
Which is what we see at the end of the NBA regular season.
In anticipation of what they are hoping to accomplish and make next year.
Interesting.
All right. Got more to come. Speaking of that Big Ten race.
Yeah.
We've updated the graphic. We'll take a look at that. Is Nebraska done yet?
Wow.
Or do they still have a chance?
We'll find out.
We'll find out that and more to come. Also, dumb debates. Keep sending in those dumb debates.
Yes, just got another one. Yep.
So send them in. JTech Construction. Old Twitter page.
Beep. Edit that out of the podcast.
Edit that out of the podcast. I'm sure YouTube will probably say we can't monetize.
Flagged. That's not a sponsor anymore.
Flagged. The Twitter feed at USC 1620 or the still sponsored Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. We will return after this on 1620 The Zone. You know, we got a lot of cool things that you can win from the zone.
A night with Nick.
No, I said cool things.
Let's watch baseball together.
We've given away a lot of unique things on the zone. This is a first. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com right now for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. Brought to you by Girl Scout Spirit of Nebraska. Now, the cookie sales are going on sale this week, Friday, February 13th. You can go to girlscoutsofnebraska.org to find your nearest cookie booth. They've got new cookies, include the Explore Moors, which is inspired by Rocky Road ice cream. And yes, you can go online right now to 1620thezone.com for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. Now, it's a reasonable year's supply. For some people, a year's supply might be infinite cookies. They will not give you infinite cookies, but they will give you a very healthy year's supply. So visit 1620thezone.com for more details. But and by the way, all the cookie proceeds stay in Nebraska and support the Girl Scouts
here in Nebraska.
In Nebraska.
That's awesome.
I like it. I like it a lot. You know what I don't like?
The Big Ten.
Hooliganism. Hooliganism, Josh Peterson. I knew this was going to happen. Bill Moose was right.
What? They shouldn't have hired Dana Altman? Is that what he was right about?
No.
Or is
Bill
John
Moose
just
wanted to
talking
hire
about
Dana
soccer?
Altman.
Oh, wait.
It was that other guy who said, no one's going to like Dana Altman here.
Hey,
He
that's
wins
your
too
governor,
much."
John. You're a big pill boy, a pillhead, as we call you.
He's pill-pilled.
Yeah, he's pill-pilled.
Last night at the Nebraska basketball game, hooliganism broke out. And here it was, chucked from the stands into the Purdue huddle, a unidentified flying object. Here it is again.
Whoa.
It looks like a giant marshmallow.
I heard it was a cross strain. Do we know if that's true? If the reporting on the beer is
I
true?
don't want our good friends at Crosstrain to be impugned in any way, shape, or form. They do not condone this type of
I didn't
activity.
say they condoned it. I just said I heard it was a cross strain.
It seems like a good opportunity, though. Maybe they could release Slip IPA.
Wow. Come on.
Take advantage of it.
What a monster. Why would you throw a perfectly good can of beer onto the floor?
It's a terrible thing to do.
Those are like $12. That's a waste of money.
Unless it was the backwash, which is worse.
Next time, just throw $12.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess, based on the distance it was thrown, by the way, Bill Moose was wrong about one thing. That this definitely does not come from the third row.
No.
That actually may have. Do you think that may have come from like an upper deck?
No, that the angle of it is too, in my opinion.
That's a high angle, man. That's like a downward angle.
Got to get a little arc on it.
It kind of depends on how full the can was.
I'm guessing that was like the top of the lower section, like where Jack Mitchell usually sits.
Oh,
interesting.
Well, the university has released a statement. Nebraska Athletics is aware of fan behavior incidents, plural, at last night's men's basketball game against Purdue, including multiple instances, plural, of objects being thrown towards the team benches and court.
Did they say throwed?
Thrown.
I throwed up.
John read it wrong. Okay, I was like, whoa, that's a terrible statement.
Thrown.
Admiral.
Towards the team benches and court. We are working with the staff at Pinnacle Bank Arena and law enforcement officials.
They're getting the
to
cops?
investigate the incidents, identify the individuals, and take appropriate disciplinary action. Once that process is completed, more information will be made public.
Wow. Incredible.
We are going after the hooligans.
Bill Moose was right. He nailed it again.
Probably time to end the beer sales.
Fight says a couple tickets just opened up for all the remaining games. I don't understand this idea. First of all, beer is expensive. Why would you want to get rid of a perfectly good beer? Second of all, why would you want to throw a beer onto the floor? You're just waiting to get thrown out. It was like, you see, we had a guy who ran on the field at the Super Bowl on Sunday. What kind of absolute pinhead do you have to be to run on the field at any game, let alone the Super Bowl? I don't understand, John.
These people think they're going to make it on TV.
Yeah, and they never do.
No.
They always cut away. They always
You know, the
cut
funny
away.
thing, not to get off the subject of the Nebraska fans, but Bobby Wagner was there, for the Super Bowl because he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Yeah.
The last time a fan ran onto the field on that stadium, it was a Monday night game between the Rams
the Kevin
and the
Harlan
49ers,
game.
and Bobby Wagner plastered the guy. And I was like, man, you are taking a chance that Bobby Wagner is not going to find his way down the field and knock you out.
I saw a video from one of the reporters at the Super Bowl, and they were like a player he started running after the guy who was on the field, and the guy was like, and he just dove on the ground. He was like, I am not trying to get tackled here by this professional athlete.
That's fair.
Yeah,
now,
I wouldn't want to get tackled by a football player.
Now, a popular theory that's out there is that this was the liquid that Jamarcus Lawrence slipped in.
Yeah, Jordan says it. If that's what Jamarcus slipped on, Nebraska fans have nobody to blame but themselves for loss. You have done that yourself.
That's a Star Wars.
Obi-Wan.
Kenobi?
I tried to zoom in, but the video's not clear enough to see how much time's on the clock because I don't know which timeout this occurred in.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So I don't know if I don't think it is. The irony would be too rich if it was, but again, people.
Don't do it.
Why?
Nick, stop it.
Okay.
God.
Don't yell at me.
You keep throwing beer on the floor.
This was the excuse that people used against you for years why you can't have nice things, and now you're giving people an excuse to not give you nice things.
Yeah, well, don't worry, John. They're not going to take beer away because one jackass.
Maybe they should.
I don't want
maybe
nice
it's
things.
time. Maybe it's time for a little parental justice. You know, when the little sister misbehaves, nope. Nothing for any of you. None of you get anything because you're supposed to control these people. Maybe it's time for some parental justice, and we make Lincoln a dry campus again.
Lincoln dry again.
Remember in one battle after another when that peaceful protest was happening, and then the cops sent an undercover guy in with a Molotov cocktail? Was this Purdue's Molotov cocktail?
You're saying this is a Purdue fan?
I'm asking.
Interesting.
Questions.
A Purdue fan wearing Nebraska gear.
I'm just asking.
Did you see
questions.
Harper Murray was at the game last night wearing a Purdue shirt?
Interesting.
People got their dander up about it. Yeah. John, how about this? So Dan nice. Dan and another texter from the 202. The fan at the Super Bowl placed a $50,000 bet that a fan would run on the field and won over $300,000. Will pay a fine and ban from the NFL, but made bank.
Interesting. That you can just do that unregulated.
Yeah, well, there you are.
Yeah, but wouldn't the book say no?
Yeah, that seems like cheating.
Is this like a poly market thing? This seems like a poly market thing.
You know what? Yeah,
I would guess.
World.
I would guess that sports book or whoever they
loser.
place. I would guess whoever they place the bet with is canceling that bet.
You would hope so. Alex and Lincoln says, charge the person who threw it with life in prison if it affected the game.
Oh, yeah. Just give them season tickets to Nebraska football.
Dear God.
You got to watch Matt Rule call timeout at inopportune times.
Incredible.
Yeah. Not great.
Just going to keep your eyes open like that
Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
I've never seen that movie. John, have you ever seen Clockwork Orange?
I tried to watch it at 2 a.m. once, and it was a mistake.
Can we do it for movie club sometime?
I don't know.
Never seen it.
That'd be a weird movie club. It's a depressing movie.
Yeah? It's good.
They like milk.
No, it would fit in with some of the other movies we've done in the past. It wouldn't be the first.
Nice.
Well, go get him. Him or her.
Yeah, women can throw beer too.
Them?
Yeah, them. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. It could have been a Purdue fan. It could have been a Nebraska fan.
Could have been Josh.
I would prefer that the individual who is captured doing this be
binary. John doesn't want it to be a political football.
I don't want this to turn political.
You know what,
That's
John?
all I'm asking. I just want it to be some
regular,
overly exuberant,
are
idiotic
you claiming
drunk.
That people who are non-binary are not regular?
No, I was going to say a regular old white guy is what I was saying, Nick. You know, a boring person. I would never say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
I don't want this to be political.
Good. See, yes, that's a good call, John.
Identified, removed.
Jordan asked a great question. When do they stop serving beer? That had to be some Warren beer that they threw. Now, again, John looked at the clock. He's zaprudered this all day.
I have not zaprudered all day. I can't see
why
the
we
clock.
have zero
I don't know
topics today. John's just been watching this.
Was there a second beer thrower on another part of the stadium?
Well, apparently there were because the statement says multiple incidents.
Chance, right? Is the zone saying it was Harper Murray? We didn't say that. All we said she was there wearing Purdue gear.
That's true.
That is factual. I saw a picture of her with a guy, and she had a Purdue shirt on.
That's facts.
Mm-hmm. Facts, F-A-X, John. That's how the cool kids spell it.
It's time to go to break.
It's time to go to break.
We'll be back.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone. You can still get your together. 1620zone.com. We told you a lot of good things to win there. Enter today for a chance to win our Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes. Contest runs for another 13 days. So go online today and enter 1620thezone.com. Real quick, let's update you on those Big Ten standings.
We did tease this, and then we started talking about beer being thrown on the floor.
Well,
for
it was
10
new
minutes.
information that came down the line. We wanted to make sure we had
That's
the
true.
latest, most up-to-date information. But here you go, the latest, most up-to-date Big Ten standings. Michigan now with a 1.5 lead over Illinois, but in the loss column, a 2-game lead over Illinois, Purdue, Nebraska, and Michigan State. Things have changed rather dramatically thanks to Illinois dropping back-to-back games, thanks to Nebraska losing, thanks to Michigan State and Purdue rising up and showing contendership once again. But when you look at the remaining games, and as we pointed out and we talked about with Mike DeCourcey a couple of segments ago, as far as playing the other teams in this, we'll call it the contenders pod of the Big Ten Conference, Nebraska has now exhausted all games against Michigan, Illinois, Purdue, and Michigan State. So they'll be playing everybody behind them in the standings. Now, they
finished 2-3 in those games.
They do go to Iowa. They do have the West Coast trip. They play Iowa twice over the last 7 games. But they still have 4 out of their next 7 at home, with 3 of those 4 being against the dregs of the Big Ten Conference. Meantime, Michigan still has Purdue, Illinois, and Iowa all on the road, and they host Michigan State, and only 3 of their 7 games are at home. So while they are in the driver's seat, still got a tough road to navigate. And as highlighted in yellow at the bottom of our graphic, Michigan's also got a game in the middle against Duke. So that's going to take, obviously time, energy, all that other stuff. They're not going to have a week off because they're going to have Duke on February 21st, which is 10 days from today.
Oh, math.
Illinois still has Indiana. Then they go to the LA schools. Then they host Michigan, 3 out of their final 6. So even though they lost last night, still in it, but obviously they're going to need some help now, and they can certainly give themselves a little help. If they can just be within a game of Michigan going into that final game against the Wolverines,
they could win the tiebreaker.
Then
Isn't it wild, John? Like, not even a week ago, we were saying, I thought Illinois, their ceiling was the highest. They were playing the best basketball, and now 2 overtime losses in a row, and suddenly they are a couple games back. But as you mentioned, as long as they can get within a game of them in the conference standings, then they would go into that game with a chance to win the regular season title.
Then you got Nebraska, Purdue, and Michigan State all at 10-3, tied for 3rd place. And, you look at Purdue's remaining schedule. They got Iowa on the road. Then they host Michigan, Indiana, Michigan State, and Wisconsin. So while they've got those tough games, at least those four of those last 4 I mentioned, Michigan, Indiana, Michigan State, Wisconsin, are all at home. So if they could defend home court, Purdue is in play. And then Michigan State is the exact opposite of Purdue. All their tough games are on the road, at Wisconsin, at Purdue, at Indiana, at Michigan. And they only have 3 out of 7 home games remaining. So I guess bottom line would be this. Nebraska's not dead, but they're going to need some help. And they've now not given themselves much wiggle room, which is why, man, if they would have pulled off last night,
much different conversation, especially with the Illinois loss. Yeah, you're suddenly 11-2, and you're sitting in 2nd place outright. And,
I would have been feeling pretty good about my bold statement from last week. But
plus, you would have boxed out Michigan State totally because they beat them. You would have boxed out Purdue totally because you would have beaten them, and you split the games against Illinois. Yeah, last night, I'm with you. I don't think now, I guess I will say it, I don't think you're going to go this far. I do not think that they will be able to win the Big Ten Conference anymore. It would require a perfect finish. They would need, I guess, Illinois would only have to lose 1, which isn't that crazy. They would need 3 losses, though, from Michigan, which would, that's a lot of losses. A lot of L's to take down the stretch, and 0 margin of error for Nebraska. at the end of the season.
The NFL Combine participants announced, of course, Emmett Johnson's going to be there. Congrats to Emmett. I saw this today. It's from a college sports analytics site called PFSN.
Cool.
It's followed by a lot of
just letters.
It's followed by a lot of people who follow college football.
Yeah, Josh.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to giggle.
They do their own grading system, and these are the highest graded FBS running backs of the last 5 years.
What on earth?
Using their impact metric. Ashton Genty, who of course was
good
finalist for the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
Is number 1, 97.6. But look who is number 2 on their impact metric of the last 5 years and the impact that they had on their team. It's Emmett Johnson.
Okay, so I misunderstood this. I thought that this meant the best graded running back, but that makes more sense when it is the impact to their team, aka how much of a load are they having to carry.
Right.
Ashton Genty was Boise, and Emmett Johnson was Nebraska's offense in 25.
But when you look at some of the other names on this list, Allgaier's in the NFL. Scattaboo was, he was the darling of a couple of years ago.
Bijan Robinson
might be the next McCaffrey.
I was going to say he is viewed as the best running back of, that is a younger player right now.
Correct. So you've got some high-level dudes on here, and of all of that group, Emmett Johnson on their impact metric graded second, which, I mean, for Emmett, that's great. Yeah. I mean, I think Emmett's got a place in the NFL. I think he's got a definite role in the NFL. But if you look at this, if you pull it back and go at it from a different angle and look at it from where Nebraska is, how important it's going to be for this program to either change what they do so that one player doesn't have to have this kind of impact. Most of the guys on this list, I haven't looked at all the records, but there's a lot of winning teams on here.
Yeah, it's funny.
A lot of teams that won games. Boise won a lot of games. Yeah. BYU won a lot of games. Texas Tech, a couple of years ago. Texas, obviously. Oregon. Jordan James is on here from Oregon. They won a lot of games.
Yeah, Nebraska, not so chance says he must have been on a wagon of a team, right? Right?
He was not.
Sadly, he was not.
He was not. But how I look at this as, all right, Nebraska's got to replace that.
Mm-hmm.
Do they replace that with another Emmett, or do they replace it by being different in what they do to move the ball so that they don't have to be so dependent on a running back who had a season like he did to move the football? Remember, despite all of his yards and his touchdowns and the things that he did to impact the game, it was still a team that finished 7-6.
People forget.
And so what this actually speaks to me is what Nebraska's got to do on offense.
7-6.
To either be more diverse, to be better, or to find a way to replace that.
They need to replace him in the aggregate. Nick, that is a
correct
Moneyball reference.
Yes, it is.
John, I have a prediction. Ooh, list item.
Get the tomatoes.
Let me open it up. Nebraska will not replace Emmett Johnson in the aggregate.
Oof.
They will not replace Emmett Johnson in the aggregate.
So, I mean, how do we quantify that? Are you saying that Nebraska's offense will be worse?
I'm saying that their running game will not have running backs that total 1,800 yards from scrimmage.
Can we count quarterback rushing yards?
Nope, that's a quarterback. Quarterback yards.
Well, but rushing yards are rushing yards.
No,
only
I know.
One guy can rush the ball at a time.
No, but quarterback raw production will get compared to quarterback production from 2024 or 2025 rather.
I understand that, but my point is in terms of actually gaining the yards with one's legs.
Yeah. What about the receptions and the receiving yards that he had too?
Well, all of that matters, but I'm saying Nebraska could replace Emmett in the aggregate by also incorporating a good quarterback run game.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a way, what Calandria does with his ability to run.
We got to compare Calandria's run game to Dylan Raiola's run game.
Well, but that's
he's a star man.
That's not going to be much. I mean, Dylan didn't.
What about the T-Fees? TJ ran the ball a few times.
Chatter.
Did I dole this take out to you, John, or was this Austin yesterday?
Jeff Sims ran a couple, didn't he?
That was 100 years ago. John, do you think that TJ Lateef having 4 starts actually hurts him in the eyes of the public? I think you could make a very strong argument that if he had not started any games, if Dylan finishes the year, they have a similar record, Dylan leaves the program, that people would be more excited for TJ Lateef than they are right now. But then we had this chance to watch him and we left fairly underwhelmed.
Sure, because the backup quarterback's always the most popular guy, the second most popular guy on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that is because of the unknown, because of the promise of hope that he brings. And now we've seen it.
Yeah.
Now, while I would argue it's not fair to say that this is what TJ is going to be based on the 4 games we saw him in, from a perception standpoint, absolutely it hurts, because we're always going to look at the quarterback a little differently. Emmett Johnson and how people perceive him as Husker fans, he's always going to be received warmly because of what he did. And the wins and the losses don't stain that record. It is different for a quarterback. Quarterback can go out and play well, but if they don't produce the winning results, they get graded a little harsher. And I think that hurts TJ to a degree. So yeah, I think if he had not played and we were still going into this season going, yeah, but what about TJ? Yeah, but what about TJ? We would be coming at it from a position of ignorance, but it's always a position of hope that we talk about, a perspective of hope that we talk about when we talk about the backup quarterback.
I couldn't agree more.
Dumb Debates is straight ahead on this Wednesday, right here on your favorite radio program, 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw when you're gone.
Listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Man, hardly feels like we've gotten to the halfway point of the week, but we have.
We have. God.
We have. And
the week is
how?
just flying by.
Yeah, it helps when you're off on a Tuesday, John.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, we're working. You're gallivanting around the globe.
Yeah, you're like Josh during the College World Series.
Spent a lot of time on a bus yesterday, man. It was a long bus ride.
Bus?
Right in the middle of rush hour.
You took a bus to Chicago? That's stupid.
No. The bus from the airport to the hotel.
Oh.
Oh, Chicago's
We happened to land
walkable.
at the wrong time. It was in the middle of rush hour.
You know, when I was in Chicago, I saw My Chemical Romance at Soldier Field. I walked everywhere.
Interesting.
You could walk, John. It's a very walkable city.
Yeah, why didn't you walk
Sure,
from the
yeah,
airport?
walking from O'Hare to the South Loop.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea.
That's a long walk,
Mm.
and it would have been
movie.
rather chilly as well.
Chance says, dumb debate. Was it tacky to play Jenga after that fateful day?
Okay, are you sure what I asked you during break?
I swear to God. Now, Chance might have asked that because I just DM'd him something on Instagram. And he writes, jet fuel can't melt small wooden blocks. That's true. That's true. Yes.
There's a way to start dumb debates. Can jet fuel melt small wooden blocks?
I think it would just burn it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, because
it wouldn't burn it unless you actually
but
lit it on
wood
fire.
doesn't melt.
That's true. It either explodes or it burns.
Well, it changes in decomposition. It becomes.
But it doesn't. That's not melt. Oh, this is a good question. Is that melting?
No, it's not melting.
Okay, so we're all in agreement. Why are we arguing?
Wood doesn't melt.
Exactly. This wood doesn't melt. That's a country song. This wood doesn't melt.
Or like these colors don't run kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Wood does not melt according to Al under normal conditions,
So it does
but
melt,
rather
then.
decomposes
ask
through a
AI that
process
question.
called pyrolysis.
John is like Gen Z. John asks AI everything.
No. All I do, no,
deduce.
I don't ask it. I just go to Google. I ask.
Turn that setting off, John, so then you don't
I
have
don't need
AI.
to turn the setting off. It's right there.
I turn it off.
Well,
I like
good
doing,
for you.
I like
but-
doing research. My own research.
Well, Al is its own research. All Al is Al. Oh, here you go. Dumb debate. Is Al Cliff's notes for the internet?
No.
Because it's wrong a lot.
Yeah, it pulls sources from everywhere, and a lot of things on the internet aren't true,
That's
John.
why I
I don't know if
use
anyone
it.
ever told you that.
But maybe Cliff's note. But I would say that many literature teachers would say that Cliff's notes deletes important themes and you don't get the proper context to the full book. That's why you're supposed to read the full book and not the Cliff's.
I don't know.
You're making an argument against AI right now, John, and yet you use it all the time.
So
I do not use it all the time. It's just I just quote it because it's the first thing that comes up. That's why I always make sure to say from Al. That way, if it's wrong, it's not on me, it's on Al.
Dumb debates. How come when I get a Nick fact, I get admonished for it, but when AI does it, everybody praises it and believes it?
I wasn't
I yell at
praising
John
it.
every time he brings it up.
I wasn't praising
I don't know what
it.
triggers me more, John using AI or him calling it Al. It's one of those two things. That
Probably
triggers.
the Al thing.
Well, I'm going to keep going. First of all, I call it Al as kind of a way to make fun of it. Also, when it comes up on my screen, it looks like it's saying Al overview.
I don't think AI cares if you make fun of it by calling it
This
Al.
is what that's why the capital I should always have the I-beam. Capital I should always be I-beam and not the singular because it looks like lowercase L.
You write a letter to your wife and you sign it I love you, you add the lines on the top and the bottom? Interesting, John. Because I don't write I's with the top and bottom. I just do a line.
I think I do that if it is next to an L or there's an L around.
So your I's are different on your writing? That's pretty wild.
Like it bugs me. It bugs me every time I type out, because we do this all the time because we're talking about Big Ten schools.
I do the
first
bars.
3 letters of Illinois are ILL, but when you type it out on the computer, it looks like 3 lowercase L's.
Isn't the technical like what it does? I feel like the L's are higher up than the I, like in print. Like
Why wouldn't the I be higher than the L?
I don't know, Nick.
It's uppercase I.
That's what I always notice.
I think it's a lowercase.
Because I'm looking at it right now on Google, and so type Illinois into Google with a capital I, and then look in the search bar, and sure enough, the L's are higher up. They're taller than the I is. Pretty interesting.
There, I just did it on our graphic. See what I did there?
Yep. Yeah. See, look, the L's are higher. The L's are higher up than the I.
It's not good enough.
That looks like 3 towers.
I want the I beam. I want the I beam. No, that's 2 towers, and then that's building 5.
The 2 towers?
Yeah, we either need to do something about lowercase L or we need to unify it so that uppercase I
sees
gets
the
I
means
beams.
of letter production.
Interesting.
I'm not seizing anything. I'm just saying we need to make a change.
Philip writes, who would have been...
By the way, did you notice in that one thing we got 3 different dumb debates?
I know, that's amazing. Good job by us. This
one
is why
one over Al, one over
1.
uppercase, lowercase I, and there was a third one in there.
Yeah, I don't even know. Let's see. Oh, here we go from the 402. Which letter would be better to eliminate from English, I or L?
Oh,
you need I. It's too important.
Well, you can't get rid of one of the vowels.
Yeah, otherwise it would just be Oa.
You only get 5 of those, and sometimes Y.
Yeah. So sorry, L. You're taking an L. Then how would you lose?
No. Yeah, if you got rid of I, you couldn't even say Illinois.
You'd be an os.
I would argue. Okay, if we're gonna get rid of a letter,
yeah. Which one do you want to get rid of?
Is there an argument to be made that we don't need both W and V?
That's a good question. I was going to say I bet V is used. I'm going to look up what letter is used
or
the least.
X and Z, because sometimes those, Xavier, for example, you spell it with a Z, it has the same effect.
Ben Franklin tried to make his own version of the alphabet stick by adding new letters, but they were just letters that made like the CH noise or the SH noise or the ING noise, but it was its own letter.
That's dumb.
All right, so the letter that is used the most, obviously, is Z. That makes sense.
The letter that's used the most?
They're the least, rather, my bad. The letter that is used the least is Z. That makes sense. Looks like J isn't used very often, though, in the English language.
We can't get rid of J. It's the superior letter.
Yes, it starts the best name, Josh.
No, you said my name wrong, John.
All right, an actual question from Philip. Now, this is in regards to Bill Moose. Who would have been better in 2018 if Bill Moose got his way? Chip Kelly or Justin Fuentes? Because those were the people. Well, you mentioned Chip Kelly by name in the book, and everybody has always heard that he wanted Fuentes. This is an easy answer. I know you don't like Chip Kelly, but Chip Kelly is the answer.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of what because we would have gotten late stage head coach Chip Kelly.
He won like 8 or 9 games at UCLA one time, though.
Who wasn't that successful?
Yeah, but Fuentes got fired from Virginia Tech. Like, he sucked.
Wait, are we talking Justin Fuente?
Isn't it Justin Fuentes? Justin
No,
Fuente.
it's Justin Fuente.
Yeah, Justin Fuente. My bad.
Yeah, the Virginia Tech.
Yeah,
you're thinking of Nick Fuentes.
Yes, Justin Fuente. Justin Fuente.
Yeah,
I was getting confused. Like, who's
I was
Justin
wondering why. I was like,
Fuentes?
why is John looking at me so weird?
Yeah, it's Justin Fuente.
Yeah, he got fired, though, from Virginia Tech. Chip Kelly won 8 or 9 games one time at UCLA. He beat LSU. It's Chip.
The problem, okay, I'm trying to think this out here. I'm trying to think of how he would be received. You know, what
way
he
more
would bring
resources
here.
at Nebraska than at UCLA. Way more.
Well, but, okay, we're talking 2018.
Yep.
And Kelly got hired the same year.
Yes, they are the
UCLA.
same. They got off to similarly slow starts. He started.
And Kelly
3-9.
was coming off of the Eagles.
No, he was coming off of the 49ers. He was actually coming off of a year on television at the time. He was on ESPN in 2017. Right. He started 3-9, then he went 4-8, 3-4, but then he went 8-4, 9-4, and 8-5 in his last 3 years.
Yeah.
Fuente.
I'm just wondering though if Chip Kelly would have fit here, if it would have worked, you know what I mean? I'm not arguing against, what he did, but I almost wonder if Fuente would have had a better launch point than Chip Kelly, because I think a lot of people would have still been like, yeah, but can that offense work here? And Kelly was kind of going through some metamorphosis of what his offense was.
That's funny, though.
It wasn't the Oregon offense.
I know, and maybe it would have worked better because it was kind of building into a more physical, run-oriented offense.
See, and I can just imagine what the conversations would have been like. Oh, we're going to be Pac-12 soft. It's going to be, we would have had the push and the pull.
Meanwhile, people love Frost.
But with Fuente, it would have been. But remember, Frost, the promise of Frost was, I'm going
Husker
to blend
power.
Husker power with Pac-12 or Oregon speed, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as clear-cut as you think.
I'm out on Fuente.
I think there could have been some avenues where Fuente would have been allowed to succeed and fail on his own, whereas with Chip Kelly, there would have been a lot of pessimism from some aspects. I'm not saying everybody. But some people would have said, that's not going to work here. We're getting, we're not getting the Chip Kelly that was at Oregon. He's a lesser version of himself. It's a good question. I think it's a good question.
It's pretty fun.
Based on what we know, though, about all the meddling that was going on.
Nothing would have worked.
Nothing would have worked.
Baymont says you have the worst luck now. Every time you walk past things on the floor, like a table, chair, couch, etc., you stub your toe. Every time you turn a corner or you bang your funny bone. Every time you sit or stand up, you suddenly bang your head on something. The assumption is that all hurt at the same level, but none of these causes permanent damage. You have to live with one. Which one do you choose to live with?
I will argue that hitting your head that much will cause permanent damage.
And that hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts. Even if
but stubbing your toe hurts.
See, that's why I think the answer is funny bone.
I'm going to go funny bone.
I don't like hitting my head. That hurts. And I do not like stubbing my toe. Funny bone it is. That's like an annoying pain, but it's, it's funny. I don't really care about it.
I got one.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Do you want to do this now?
No.
We can keep going through.
No, you keep going. I just didn't know if John wanted to add anything.
I think that's the answer.
All right.
I think that's the
Never
answer
mind.
because stubbing your toe is just so irritating.
It sucks.
And then you're limping around.
Yep.
You hit your head on something. That's the one that probably makes you the angriest.
Yes. Because your pain is right. Oh, it's right there.
Exactly.
Where your brain is. Ouch.
I like that. I hate to say it. I'm going to go with the crazy bone.
Shout out to my brain.
Should we stop calling patty melts?
What do you want to call them?
It's just a burger. It doesn't need it. It's just a burger. The only difference is it's on a different type of bread.
Mm-hmm.
But you put a bunch of things on different bread, and that doesn't change the name of it. It doesn't change what it is.
If you have a burger on ciabatta bread, you don't call it a burger on ciabatta
bread.
Or
some other, it's a goose burger.
Yeah.
It's just a burger.
Mm.
I think we should just get rid of the word patty melt. Or just eject it.
2 words.
Nick from Al. A patty melt is a griddled sandwich featuring a burger patty, Swiss or American cheese, and caramelized onions on rye or sourdough bread, while a standard burger is served on a bun with fresh toppings. Patty melts are characterized by their buttery, crispy bread, while burgers offer a soft, fresh bun experience. Who couldn't use a soft, fresh bun experience? Am I right?
It just keeps
More
going
about
back.
The halftime show, am I right, folks?
Nice. It just keeps going back to the type of bread it's on, though. But have you ever had a hot dog and you didn't have any hot dog bun, so you just got a piece of bread and you put the hot dog in.
It's called a Fenway Frank.
It's still just a hot dog. You're still just having a hot dog.
Yeah.
The bread doesn't change what it is.
Stib says, let's call Patty Melt Goose Burgers.
See, I disagree because it is a different. Yes, it does it.
I don't ever want a Patty Melt,
but a lot of the I occasionally like the Patty Melt because you get you get a different bread, right? You get a different like Al says, it's a sourdough or maybe a rye or a marbled rye or something like that, and so it changes the experience a little bit. It's just an alteration of the burger. But I don't have a problem calling it a patty melt because then it says, okay, this is going to be on toasted bread. And it's going to be, smushed a little bit. Smooshed a little bit. So I don't have a problem keeping it with a patty melt because a patty melt is different enough from a burger because the eating experience is a little bit different. It's not totally different. I would argue it's definitely more different than exchanging out a hot dog bun for a piece of white bread.
It seems like the patty melt's more about the toppings and how they're always cooked.
But you could just do the same if you just got a hamburger with a normal hamburger bun.
Yeah.
You could just do that same thing, but it's still just a burger.
Yeah, and it's funny that
but it's the bread's different.
Yeah, it's funny though. When we cook burgers, like we had burgers for the Super Bowl, Riss toasted our buns on our flat top.
Yeah, nothing's stopping you from toasting hamburger buns.
Oh man, that's a game changer. It's pretty good.
Patty melts are just burgers. We don't have to have a special name for them. It's just a burger.
But so here's okay. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
So you're at a restaurant and you want a patty melt, but it is listed. It is a burger. How would you even describe that? I want a burger, but with different bread, and I want the toppings cooked.
Well, if the restaurant had that type of burger as an option, because if you go,
should we call it a patty melt burger?
Well, if you go next,
because it's like a cheeseburger, right? Like that's probably what we should call them. Just add burger to the end of the name instead of because then the patty melt is the descriptor of the style of burger.
I guess I could compromise with that.
There we go. Look at that, reaching across the aisle. Washington, D.C. could learn something from us.
I was going to point out, you could take a ground protein, like ground beef, and wrap it in a flour or corn tortilla. And depending on how it's made, some people would call it a burrito, or it could be an enchilada, depending on how it is made. But it is still the same protein wrapped in but there's enough of a difference because of how the rest of it is prepared with the sauce or with melted cheese or whatever the case may be, where one is called an enchilada and the other is called a burrito. So you could say that the enchilada is to the burrito what the patty melt is to the hamburger.
God, I love enchiladas. So good.
I
What a
do
great discussion.
Yeah.
John, do you want a Creighton one?
Sure, go
From
ahead.
Peter.
Peter Pumpkin.
You're going to love this one. You're probably not. How many more head coaches will you see for Creighton basketball in your lifetime, not counting Greg McDermott? So he says if you're 65 or more, the line is set at 2.5. So we're just going over or under on these, by the way. John, your age group is 3.5. My age group is 4.5. Nick's age group is 5.5. And 19 and under is 6.5. How many more coaches will you see in your lifetime? John, are you over or under 3.5? You already know for sure one, and that's going to happen at some point in the next couple of seasons. So will you see another 2 or 3 or more?
I think the odds are on. I mean, these are all good lines, by the way.
These are
Peter.
excellent lines.
I would expect nothing less from a mathematician.
Nice.
I would go over on all of them.
I would too.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because of whatever Creighton becomes, but just that's just the nature of the sport. And I think, especially the way things have changed so dramatically, the idea of having coaches hang around for 20 or 25 years at the same school, I mean, it gets less and less all the time. I mean, all you have to do is look at college football.
Correct.
You got one guy who's north of 20 years at the same school, and that's Kirk Ferentz.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a generation ago, you had Osborne, Bowden, Paterno, you know, and I'm
even Mac Brown lasted a while. Obviously, Nick Saban lasted a while.
Right, but what I'm saying is, the trend is we're gonna go through more coaches at a lot of different places.
Yep.
More often. So I would say over on all.
And here's the not to get somber. Creighton has had 2 generational coaches in a row from different perspectives, right? Like Altman raised the level of the program to this respectability, constant NCAA tournament presence, constantly winning their league, which allowed for Greg McDermott to take it to even higher highs, where now they are, I mean, truly a mainstay, to the point where a 500 season that they're having right now is seen as a massive disappointment. When I was growing up, like, this would have been more of the norm, and then they became a mainstay of the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. I find it hard to imagine that they're going to do that again. That they are, first of all, finding a coach that could bring them up another level consistently is like impossible to imagine. But also, like, a third straight great coach. Now, who knows? Maybe they're like the Packers at quarterback and also at coach. Like, Packers haven't had very many head coaches in my lifetime.
Or the Steelers and coaches.
Or certainly the Steelers. So, but yeah, Jordan says over. It only takes one mediocre spell to go through 2 to 3 coaches. That's the thing, man. It's like, are you going to bet on them being able to do this again? Like an insane hit? Or is it more likely that they have a couple down years and they want to make a move and then another cut? Like, that just seems more likely.
Or they hit on a really good coach and that coach takes a better job.
Sure. But I think you hit on something a couple minutes ago. How different the sport is probably adds to the churn and burn a little bit more, because it's just, I mean, it's hard to imagine coaches wanting to stick around in this era for too much longer, before they want to move on and try something else.
You definitely know when this question was asked, but it's still a good one.
Okay.
Based on the news of about a month ago. Would you rather live in Omaha and have to go to school in Lincoln, or go to school in Omaha but have to live in Lincoln?
I'd rather live in Omaha.
Omaha has better food.
There you go.
There's very good food in Lincoln, but I think there's more of it in Omaha.
We have steakhouses in Omaha.
Yeah.
Now, I'm looking at this also from a practical aspect of transit. Would you rather have to be driving into Lincoln at rush hour or the beginning of rush hour,
or thereabouts, yeah,
or drive into Omaha at that same time? I would argue you would rather drive into Lincoln.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting because it's not like driving into Lincoln is fun either.
No, it's not. But
coming off the interstate is tough.
So let's say you're going to Lincoln North Star. We'll even give you the school closest to the interstate. You're going to Lincoln North Star, and you get out at 3:15.
Okay.
And you're driving back to Omaha. By the time you hit, depending on where you live in Omaha, but let's just pretend for argument's sake, let's say you live at 5011 Capitol.
Oof.
You're going to be hitting that early rush hour traffic on the interstate that has to carry you all the way in, and then you got to get through into Midtown.
Mm-hmm.
Versus if you're doing it the other way, not saying that Lincoln traffic's great, because it's not, but just getting back to Lincoln isn't, I wouldn't think would be as arduous as it is, when when it is, you hit that traffic right outside of Sapp Brothers and it's just like bumper to bumper on the interstate all the way in. So from a practical standpoint, I think I would rather go to school in Lincoln in Omaha, or live in Omaha.
Cover your bull.
Go to school in Lincoln.
Because
it's the other way. It's the other way. I got to think of it. It's the other way.
Because of the rush hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the rush hour.
You're going to have to deal with crap either way.
You are.
It sounds terrible.
You are.
Oh, man. That sounds awful.
I mean, is there as much traffic you take back roads?
That's going to just add time then.
Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, but at some point,
there's no
it's
back roads.
It's got to at least even out to where the amount of time you're waiting in traffic and then the amount of time you're taking back roads, at least you're moving forward taking the back roads.
Yeah, but there really aren't back roads.
Yeah, this isn't the sticks, Nick. This is Omaha and Lincoln.
There's back.
So using our radio station as an example, if I'm driving in,
what back road are you
normally
taking?
I get off at 60th Street.
That's see, John knows what to do.
And I take 60th Street in.
Yep.
But and that seems to be the best route. But if that route is blocked off, then what are you doing? going to
Go to
72nd.
40,
then
or you
have
go to 42nd.
or you go to
you
you
gotta
go
come
to use
backwards.
480 and go to Dodge, or there's a lot. There's not really a back road because it's all going to be congested because it's all main streets.
What about this from Jordan? Living in Lincoln and going to school in Omaha means you'll be driving with the sun in your eyes both ways.
Plus, if you live in Lincoln and
good
you want to
point.
do something on the weekend that's not going to a football game, you're going to be kind of screwed. That traffic gets bad on the weekends.
Yeah, thank God you live in Omaha then.
Yeah.
Jeff writes, what's the proper way to describe two people throwing a baseball back and forth to one another? Have a catch or play catch? I've always said play catch, but my buddy says let's have a catch. Who is right and who is an idiot? So I used to say play catch, but because John of Field of Dreams, I think I would say have a catch.
I have been saying have a catch.
If my dad was like, hey, or if I want to say, hey, you want to have I'd probably say have a catch with my dad because it's like the nostalgia of the movie and that being this important moment.
It's also fun to say.
It is fun to say. It's different.
Yeah, but it bugs me because it's not right.
I
have
know.
a catch. I don't. Was that something that was written in by Costner? Was that ad-libbed? I had never, ever, ever heard it referred to as that until that movie. It was not normal nomenclature because that movie's what, 1987?
Yeah, it's in the 80s.
88, so it was when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
We always said play catch. No, I never heard anyone anywhere, whether it was within, my friend group or in just the population in general, say have a catch.
It has to
That
be
is the only place I had ever heard that before.
It
and
has to
it
be
still
a
bugs me to
regional
this
thing,
day.
right? It has to be a regional turn of
Yeah,
phrase. But they're in
but
Iowa.
the movies in Iowa.
Growing up, we never said have a catch. We always said play catch.
No, yeah,
always said play
but
catch.
We're trying to figure out like the writer of the movie.
Is this an East Coast thing?
Yeah, is it from part of the country?
But I never heard it. Never ever heard it referred to as have a catch.
So you say you want to go play catch?
Absolutely, it's play catch all day, every day. Sorry, Kevin Costner, you're wrong. Or I'm sorry, Ray.
I love that movie.
It's a
great movie.
It is. It's an all-timer.
I might watch it again soon.
Really?
Yeah.
When you're not watching college baseball?
Yeah.
Interesting. That sports starts in a couple days.
It does. People forget.
Bummer.
Why it does.
I mean, very exciting.
We had the slice of college baseball.
Yeah, John, you
yesterday.
missed it. Should we air that segment next so John can hear it? Let's run it back. Jordan says, have a catch sounds like something you'd say to describe your wife or girlfriend. Have a catch.
It does.
I have a catch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a lot of things I'd like to talk to Kevin Costner about. That would probably be my first question.
What's up with that phrase?
Who the hell said have a catch?
Not a bad idea.
Nobody on earth has ever said have a catch until you started it.
And then he'd be like, my grandfather used to say that to me all the time. I grew up having a catch with him all the time, and I miss him very dearly.
Oh, wow. And then John would feel like a real
then I'd
jerk.
And then I'd say, well, your grandfather was wrong. I'm sorry.
I thought you were going to say your grandfather's dead.
And so should the phrase have a catch.
Nice.
It should be play catch.
Mm.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've still got content coming up, what's for dinner, and more. That's Dumb Debates. Don't forget, you can always send in your Dumb Debates anytime into the Zone Twitter feed. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates or email your Dumb Debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. We will always archive them. If we don't get to them this week, we'll get to them in future editions of Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone. Hey, if you want to see the Novas in action, 1620 The Zone's got you covered. The Novas host the Orlando Valkyries this Sunday, 5 o'clock at CHI Health Center, Omaha. Happer and Schaefer have your chance to win your way into the game. You know, no one quotes our theme song as much as people are quoting
No, they
their
do
theme
this.
song.
KOZN.
I just want people to remember the OG original from composer.
1620 The Zone.
Composer Ian is ours.
Da-na-na.
And I like ours better.
Got him.
Oh, I do.
Suck on that morning show. Got him. Got him.
I just like it better. I like their show.
It's a great show.
I like Happer.
I liked the segment today where Happer was talking about his Twitter experience last night and arguing with a bunch of Nebraska basketball fans who were being pinheads in his mentions. That was funny stuff.
What were they arguing about?
Oh, they're just mad. Happer tweets a take and everyone gets all mad and they don't understand how to type sentences. And one guy hates on 1620 The Zone while apparently always listening to 1620 The Zone. You know, the usual stuff, John.
Is this only because Happer is Creighton pilled?
Well, that's what they say about him, but he is basketball pilled. Happer is more hoops than man at this point in time. He loves basketball.
He's a basketball pervert.
Basketball's a great sport.
It is.
It's a great sport. It's a great sport, but not great enough apparently for Nebraska to reschedule that spring game because it is now official. The tickets will go on sale.
When is this stupid
Saturday,
thing?
March the 28th. Kickoff is set for 11 a.m. and tickets go on sale next week, a week from tomorrow.
So that means Big Red Overreaction with John Bishop will start at about 1 o'clock when the game ends.
No,
the
there's no
time
overreaction.
to bitch is now.
There's no overreaction.
Exclusive to the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel.
You know why there won't be overreaction? Because we'll be busy airing March Madness college basketball. Because
Elite 8 on Saturday doesn't start until like 3:30.
Doesn't matter. We're still
going
to be airing a long Westwood One pregame show.
Interesting. Jordan says, I hope it snows. That would rock. I would giggle so hard. Oh, I'm with Jordan. I too hope it snows.
I mean, of all the years to move up the schedule, this had to be the one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in all seriousness, forget about. Let's just pretend that the whole basketball thing's not occurring.
Okay.
It's still damn early.
It's so chilly.
And the weather, I mean, yeah, April can be unpredictable too, but it's far. I mean, this is usually around that time where we get that last winter storm.
Yeah, people forget April showers bring May flowers. It's not April snow showers because they wouldn't bring any flowers. They would just freeze everything.
Except that one time where it did snow in May.
Except for that one time. Alex and Lincoln text in, Pillan should intervene on the spring game. But Pillan, there's nothing more Nebraska than a late March spring game where it snows.
The people of Nebraska would never accept a spring game.
They would never. They would. But Wilbur, there's nothing more Nebraskan than Wilbur, Nebraska. He said, looking at the map, trying to find a small town.
Well, the tickets go on sale.
How much are they going for this year?
The ticket prices from February 19th to March 22nd. Get this. If you buy early, they're cheaper.
How much cheaper?
$5 general seating, $10 club.
See, this okay.
If you buy your tickets the week of the game,
club seats
it's
to the spring game.
It's double the price. $10 general seating, $20 club. And if it's day of the game, it's $20 seating, $30 club. So they're really trying to get you to buy the tickets early. In other words, you know what they're actually trying to do here? They are trying to capitalize on the fact that you're going to have a lot of Nebraska fans who are going, gee, do I want to go to the Sweet 16 if the Nebraska basketball team's playing?
Exactly.
And so I'm going to wait. I'm not going to buy any spring game tickets until I know that Nebraska basketball is either in or out of March Madness by that point. And so they are trying to take advantage by jacking the ticket prices up and doubling them the week of the game, and then going up another $10 the day of the game. So let's say that Nebraska does play in the Sweet 16 round, but they lose on Thursday. or maybe
Yikes.
Friday.
Yeah.
And then people are coming back, and now they want to go to the spring game. The prices are now $20 instead of $5 or $30 instead of $10.
That would suck. Also, if your life is changing because they lose and you're like, I know what a nice palate cleanser is. The spring game, no offense, but you're an idiot. I will say this real quick, though, Nick.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they're thinking that. They just want to go because they want to go. But.
If you've ever wanted to sit in the club level, I mean, $10 is a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
I sat up there for a spring game one time.
It's a practice.
I'm just saying.
It's a practice.
Now, what if instead of a spring game, Nebraska just hosted some kind of exhibition with another school? Maybe, I don't know, in the South, Orange, so they're easy to see if it does snow. What if they did that? Had an exhibition against Tennessee.
That would be the dream. Aaron texts into the show, 402-951-1620. You might have to pay me $100 to go to that stupid game. My goal is to not even...
a Nebraska basketball Sweet 16
No, John, you stop it. My goal is to not even give a crap about that, and I'm worried about basketball. Once again, they hate basketball, and I hate them. Literally, I'm sick of their crap.
Wow.
Poll question, does Nebraska hate basketball? Does Yogurt Man hate hoops?
Was Beergate an inside job?
What a question.
Whoa.
Have you thought about that it was one of Nebraska's own chucking that beer from row 12?
All right, we got content coming up.
Yes, we do. We've got content. How about
you?
Yours.
They're going to play a conference tournament on glass.
What? That seems slippery.
And dangerous. Pokey.
Get ready. Get ready for the Des Moines Bears.
Des Moines?
It was Altoona earlier.
Interesting.
Well, Altoona is a suburb of Des Moines.
All right.
They might build the stadium in Altoona, but they'll call them the Des Moines Bears.
What if they build it in Adventureland?
Come on over to Adventureland.
You can see
what
the
better
Bears
for
play.
disappointed Bears fans after leaving another disappointing playoff loss than to go ride the
tornado. Yeah.
Wow. Good job. That was a little cool thing.
You just got your emotions rocked. Now get your back hurt.
All right. That's coming up. 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. What's up, John? Why do you look so confused? Did you poop your pants?
Nope, did not poop my pants at all.
Okay, good.
I did in excitement, knowing that at 1620thezone.com you can enter to win the following contest. Journey in Lincoln coming next month to Pinnacle Bank Arena. George Thorogood and the Destroyers May 17th at the Astro. Or Chris Stapleton in Lincoln October 7th. Go to 1620thezone.com and find out more. It's so exciting, it'll make you poop your pants. That's not in the official read. That was me embellishing.
Nice.
Read to now transition into content.
Get grim.
Villanova. They're in the Big East.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Them and Notre Dame are going even farther east.
Where are they going?
Rome.
What?
Pope Leo is famously a Nova grad, while Notre Dame is God's team, allegedly. Who's the church backing on this one?
It's a good question.
Great question,
you could
Nick.
literally have the Pope going
Bowl.
against God on this. Because, God, OG, Notre Dame's OG, man.
Notre Dame is the
Villanova-
first Catholic?
Yeah,
Villanova,
Jesus actually was drafted by him.
Wow, is this true?
They did drafts back then.
This is pretty cool. Now, I'm curious how it's going to work in the schedule. Are they going to start the season early for them, or are these teams going to go over and play opening week and then have to take a week off? That's a long trip back.
Yeah, and what time will the game be? Like, I would assume that's going to be an earlier game over here, afternoon game over here.
I thought I saw somewhere where they're trying to work this so that the game is in the morning on a Sunday and it leads into NFL coverage.
Oh, that's tight. I might have that on while I get ready to watch the NFL.
I can't wait to see how many Pope jokes or Pope adjacent jokes are going to happen in that broadcast. Like
Pope jokes.
I don't think they'll be making jokes. Why
the
would they
smoke
joke
is
about the
coming
Pope?
out of the basket or something like
yeah,
that.
that's a fair joke.
Yeah.
Johnny's not going like problematic with
No,
that.
I'm not going to make a
Smoke is
problematic.
coming out of the
I don't know. It was just a workshop it, John. They'll figure it out.
Jordan says, are they playing in the Vatican? Yeah, where are they playing this basketball game? Probably just a regular arena over in Rome. They should play at the Coliseum.
Maybe they should play to the Vatican, like those hotel tournaments that they have. That just put a court in there.
Right.
Mike Vrabel says the Patriots will keep Will Campbell at left tackle in 2026. Are you surprised?
Not surprised that he's saying this. I will be surprised, John, if in 3 years, if he's still playing left tackle, his tiny little T-Rex arms, he can't block the end. I can't get to them. Yeah, he's going to eventually move to guard, in my opinion.
Now, his physical attributes aside, I think it's a little too early to jump the gun. Yes, it happened on the biggest stage. And so when that happens on the biggest stage, it tends to amplify things.
He gave up a lot of sacks this year, though.
I seem to recall, though, there was a remember when Stibbs was still around? Remember Garrett Bowles?
Before he died?
Remember how much Stibbs would go off about how bad Garrett Bowles is? I couldn't hear enough from Bronco fans. Oh, I hate that guy. He's always offside. He's always jumping off.
Oh, man.
And then he ended up being one of the best offensive linemen they had. So let's not over jump the gun here. Let's
jump the gun.
Over jump the gun. I was trying to
know that phrase.
Overreact.
Yeah, the classic.
Overreact. Let's not overreact here. To one game.
Don't jump over that gun.
Let's not count our bullets before they burn.
Or melt.
Or melt.
No,
Good
they're made
callback.
out of wood, John. Wood doesn't melt.
Oh, you're trying to kill a vampire, which is not a zombie. Wooden bullets.
And rubber hats.
Friend
of the Grum, Drew McGarry writes, the real highlight of the Super Bowl was Josh McDaniels eating poop. Except he didn't say poop. Is he right?
No, the real highlight was watching his protege, Drake May, eat poop and play like it.
There is something fun about Josh McDaniels eating poop, though, too, John.
Is there? I mean, I don't even think of Josh McDaniels anymore.
You know, I kind of forget that he's their offensive coordinator, too, until the broadcast reminds me. They don't really show him that often like they used to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember a whole lot of shots of Josh McDaniels during the game.
Yeah, I think he's
I understand from frustrated Broncos fans why they would be happy to see Josh McDaniels
burn him at the stake.
eat a nice turd burger, but To me, it was all about
Was it a
the
Patty
Drake
Turk
May
song?
Schadenfreude. That was the best.
Yeah, that was funny. I think he's a good OC. Man, his play calling was terrible on Sunday, though. Woof. Nick, it was bad.
Bad.
It's bad.
YouTube TV is launching lower cost sports only package of channels. Are you interested?
So this is pretty interesting because it is honestly a lot of the channels that we would want. It's the usual ESPN, ABC, all the local stuff. You also get NBA TV, Big Ten Network, Golf Channel, CBS Sports. You get the Turner channels, which is important for something like
Turner
this.
Classic Movies.
No, but here's the problem. This sports plan isn't going to be that much cheaper. It is $20 off per month. And so, on one hand, I am very interested, John, in doing this because we do not watch any of the channels that I just mentioned, not named those channels, but once every couple years when an election happens. I mean, I'm serious. That's the only time we turn on those channels. I guess when the huge event happens, we turn it on, but otherwise we don't ever watch those channels. But $20, it just doesn't seem like it's worth it. I'd rather have those channels on accident in case I need to watch Nickelodeon.
Something tells me this will be the price for now, but then within 3 years it will be the price of current YouTube TV.
Mm-hmm.
So like everything else, the price of it's going to go up. I'm sure there'll be some folks that will probably jump in and try to take advantage, but hell, for another $20 a month, you get all of the other channels. So
yeah, exactly.
Is it really that big of a difference? I guess it might be if someone's really on a tight budget and go, well, I saved $20 here, but then I've got to buy a Netflix subscription because I want to watch the Netflix games, or
that is the angle that you could view it.
Or the Peacock only games, or the Paramount Plus only, or whatever.
Or a movie from Movie Club.
Forget the Gary Bears. How about the Cedar Rapids Bears, the Muscatine Bears, Shenandoah Bears, Altoona Bears, the Boone Bears?
Is that your tiny town, Nick?
I'm not from Boone, and it's not that tiny. Yes, an Iowa state senator has introduced a bill to provide tax incentives to bring an NFL franchise, namely the Chicago Bears, to Iowa. What's next? The Indianola Browns, the Harlan Dolphins, fins up.
I'm glad that they've got all of the other problems of Iowa solved that they can propose this. There's no way in hell, even if Iowa could provide the greatest tax incentives of all time, and there is no way that the NFL would allow a team to move from the Chicago market to anywhere in Iowa. I'm sorry.
I think it should happen. It would be funny for the lulz.
No, I've always thought that if Iowa ever gets a major professional sports franchise, it would be an MLB team.
Why?
Vibes.
You and your obsession with baseball. No, Nick.
Iowa's not getting a team. Nebraska's not getting
We are, though, John. The testicles. Let's go, baby.
Speaking of teams.
Ooh, or testicles.
LeBron James
Oh.
was famously on a team.
I mean, he still is.
Is still on a team.
There we go.
But he also was, too.
Yes, that's true. I can't argue with that.
He missed last night's game against the Spurs, his 18th missed game of the season, making it impossible for him to reach the 65-game threshold required to be eligible for the league's annual awards. It will end his all-NBA streak at 21 seasons. Are you sad?
Unlike the All-Star game, this can't get overturned, Nick, so he will not be able to be on an all-NBA team. Pretty wild. That's a crazy streak. 21, his streak can drink, and now it has to come to an end. Very sad for all involved.
Indeed.
It's not. It's just passage of time.
I hate the passage of time.
You can skip the next one because we covered it already.
Okay.
The Big 12 basketball tournament will be on glass.
Is there a question here, Nick?
Yes.
What's the question?
They're playing on an LED glass floor that allows for the court to be designed using LED technology. How wow is that?
I mean, we've seen they've done this before, John. Have you ever watched
NBA All-Star Game did it last year.
Yeah, and they have done it where, like in pregame introductions, sometimes it will look like this, where they can do all sorts of crazy oddities. I mean, I guess it's cool. I don't understand the point of this, I guess, exactly.
Well, it's
except
just
for
fancy.
advertisements.
It's just well that, and you can change the court. You could customize the court. So, like if Baylor's playing West Virginia.
What if it switched every time a team was on offense? It just kept switching. Baylor,
See, that's
West
the
Virginia,
thing. You
Baylor,
don't want to
West
do
Virginia,
that.
Baylor, West Virginia.
I saw
a guy has a seizure looking at the court.
I mean, it's just technology and stuff. It's people excited about technology and stuff.
Sure, why not?
It'll look cool as long as they make. Was it last year or the year before? There was something about the floor at the Big 12 tournament that was very distracting. It looked like there were weird patterns and stuff in there, and people did not like it.
I saw a joke.
So hopefully whatever they design is palatable to the eye.
It's just a place for ads. He's throwing it from the top of the Arby's hat. It's rebounded at the Quicken Loans L.
That would be funny.
Finally, the Savannah Bananas are continuing their tour of America by tearing up the college football fields of America.
What?
Baseball won.
The war is over.
Look at what they're doing at Florida State's Doak Campbell Stadium.
Wow.
They are literally carving an infield out of the natural grass surface so that the Savannah Bananas.
I hate the Savannah Bananas. They can kiss my butt.
Wow. Did you feel the same way about the Harlem Globetrotters?
Nope.
Why?
Because I like basketball.
So
and
you
I'm
don't
also
like people having fun and whimsy with baseball?
Okay, here's the honest reason. Are you ready for the honest reason?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I thought the Globetrotters were cool. The Bananas didn't come into existence until I was an adult. Thus, I have no reason to think that it is cool.
You think it's after your time?
It is. I'm not a kid anymore, so I don't care about it. Also, it's way expensive. It's super overpriced. I hear it's the Taylor Swift of sports.
Well, it's also really exclusive. You have to put your name in a lottery to get a chance to get a ticket.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll just stay
Also,
at home.
they're going to be in Lincoln during the College World Series. What are you doing, Bananas?
Oh, man, that means I can't go. Bummer.
Are they going to do this to Memorial Stadium's turf?
They better not.
That'd be cool if they carved a dirt infield out of it.
Ooh, Levi.
And then they left it there, and it looked like NFL games of the 80s when they would play in San Diego or Oakland when there was an infield over the grass. It was great.
Levi in Colorado, handshake meme Josh. They are annoying. Ken writes, the Bananas suck.
Oh, he must be a Party Animals fan.
And Jordan says, looks about as full as the Florida State home football game.
Nice.
Got him! Got it.
All right, there's content. We'll come back, finish up with what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
There will be some Chicago pizza on the bus.
Yum.
After the game.
Where from?
It's a place called Paisanos, which is just up the street. Apparently, it's the guy behind Malnati's. It's weird because all the Chicago-style pizza places, they're like
brothers.
Well, it's like the originator, and then he was the original chef. Then he started his own place, and then this guy broke off and he started his own place. It's like they all come from the same family tree. But anyway,
coaching
apparently
tree,
there's
pizza
some
tree.
kind of relationship to the Malnati's with this. But
It's
Chicago
Bob Malnati's, not Lou.
Yeah. So looking forward to that because it's been a long time. I had breakfast this morning.
Lou Malnati's.
Finally doing the chicken thighs tonight. No baked potato, though. I won't have time. I don't want to wait an hour. So I'm going to do rice. Like Nick. And then, I don't know, find something else to have as well with it.
We're
Maybe
gonna
some carrots.
We're gonna do air fried chicken breast again, but I think she's gonna do like breaded strips in the air fryer.
Tight.
Not sure what the side is.
Fries, maybe.
Maybe.
Tight. And that's the grum.
I just got a text that said John just explained that Chicago pizza restaurants are basically a mob.
Ooh, interesting.
They really are. I mean, I think there is like some kind of
about
deal going on here. Probably related. Chance says, are they related to the Fedoni crime? That I cannot confirm.
Fries, yes.
Either that they are part of the pizza business in Chicago or that they are a crime family. I don't
Look
want
out
anyone
for
from
Pizza
the
the
Fedonis
Hut.
coming after me.
Hey, by the way, Austin Jacobson is just about to start. John, they're kicking it old school tonight. 90-minute pre-game show. This is a big game. This deserves a 90-minute pre-game show.
Featuring some baseball tonight.
Baseball! They play on Friday.
But this is Blue Jay shoot-around, not Blue Jay bat-around.
It is, but Connor and I sat down with Creighton pitching coach Billy Mole, and we'll talk about the Jays pitching staff to preview the season, which starts on Friday.
Whoa.
Isn't that beautiful?
So we're giving you a multi-sport shoot-around. We can call it shoot-around batting practice.
Is this the first of many pregame shows for Creighton baseball this season? I think that should be a new thing. We could get off at 5:30 on Fridays for
the
Blue
BP
Jay bat around or Blue
Jay BP.
I like it. All right, put it on the list.
Presented by Amico.
I'm going to text Dodson and have him set it up for the sketch.
And hosted by Josh Peterson.
No, I got to get home. I got to let Banks out. Sorry.
Bring him
buddy.
with. Tibbs used to bring Eddie to here.
Dogs love baseball.
That's true. They do. Bark, bark.
All right, so stay tuned for Austin pregame, and I'll be back at 8 o'clock with tip-off tonight, Creighton and DePaul.